I'm tired already.
Ready,
So,
when you're ready.
you get off, yeah.
I think we are good to go. It's 4:03. Starting the work session for Frisco Town Council. We have 4 members present. We have 3 members who are recused from the first item on the agenda, so they are not present. Just for anybody listening or watching, kind of lay out what we're about, how we're handling this process of the first item on the agenda being the housing restrictive covenant discussion. So this is the first of what I will say is at least 4 meetings. This is the first meeting. We're going to hear a staff presentation and work session on the AMI 3% escalation clauses and some discussion around that. We'll then move on to other items in the agenda for work session. Go into, at the regular meeting, we'll take public comment on the topic we're talking about now. Staff's also going to make a presentation, a bridge presentation at the regular meeting. After public comment, right, sorry, we can have whatever level of discussion, but we're really not at a decision point then, because that's just the first of somewhere around 10 different topics that we had to wrestle with if we're going to revise the deed restriction. So at the second meeting, we're gonna address kind of a similar learning process of the other 9 topics that are being proposed in a revised deed restriction. Again, leading more of an education process as opposed to a decision-making process. At the third meeting, we're going to address all of the topics, provide the necessary guidance or the necessary direction to staff to draft a revised deed restriction. At the fourth meeting, which will be a regular meeting, allowing opportunities for public comment, staff will present a proposed revised deed restriction based on the direction provided from those of us that are eligible to be part of this discussion. At the third meeting, public comment, decision, all of that is a wonderful plan. Until we dive into it, it can be adjusted. Sound right?
Well,
Pretty good? Cool. So,
great.
Katie, I turn it over to you to start
Thank you.
phase 1.
With an excellent intro, and yeah, for anybody who is listening in, either virtually or in the room, just to echo what Aronson said, there will be opportunity for public input at the 7 p.m. time slot on this topic. So this session before you right now is really an informational overview on covenants, AMIs, and things like that. So kind of just what you're about to receive information on over the next hour is why we're here today starting this conversation. The proposed timeline, which I think I can abbreviate now. Thank you for going over that. Kind of what is the housing restrictive covenant? So everybody fully understands what they are, why we have them. And along with specifically some of the main topics in Frisco covenants with regards to maximum resale calculations. And then we'll move on to other resale calculation examples that other communities use, just so that you have a little bit of familiarity with the other things that are being done around the county. And then options to consider is really going to be moving you into the new business item after 7 o'clock. So we'll kind of give you here are your options to consider. They're also in your staff report, but we don't expect you to really be discussing those options right now, especially when you haven't heard public input or had time to take in all of this information. And then obviously I am happy to have you interrupt me with any questions as I go through this or at the end of the hour. So starting out with why we're here. As you know, we've had different homeowners within the town, primarily P1. But we do want to recognize covenants are throughout the entire town. So we've had some homeowners talk to the council individually, talk to the manager's office, talk to other staff, and bring up concerns that they have about how the covenants work in conjunction with the AMI table. The AMI table, as a reference for you, is what the Summit Combined Housing Authority Board releases each year. And I'm gonna get into that chart a lot more during this presentation. But the goal of that table is to keep buyer affordability and housing costs less than or at 30% of household. So HUD defines affordable housing, low income housing, affordable housing, as being able to spend more than 30% of your household income on your housing costs. So that chart's intent is to meet that definition of HUD and kind of just what people hear a lot from the community and mortgage lenders and others, that that's what the maximum of your income should put toward housing. So that table usually gets changed each year through different policies that are in place over the housing authority. It's not done arbitrarily. And so when that is done, though, it does change our resale calculations and how we do them and how it affects them. So that is one part of why this came up, is because of the change that occurred in May to that table. It was a little bit eye-opening. Many homeowners who had a perception that their home was worth a lot more than what they see on the table. And then the connection between that resale calculation as written in the covenant in conjunction with that table. And all of this I've got detailed for you. I'm going to skip the proposed timeline, except if anyone is interested, I will outline, and this was in the staff report, other topics that we're not discussing tonight, but we will.
Just to say, that's a proposed timeline, because anytime one of us is out,
Yes.
it has to be delayed.
Thank you, and that's an excellent point also. And if we hear more conversation is needed or more staff research, we can't guarantee staff can stay on track either based on timelines. So this is the anticipated one. Like you said, it could always change, but we are really hoping to give the public a good guideline. This is our anticipated hopeful timeline. Other topics though that we think need to be discussed in the housing restrictive covenant include the eligible household income, qualifying capital improvements, a definition of a resident, the initial purchase price, the buyer selection, the employment location, the asset limits, and anything else that anybody may have. Now, these sound complicated. Some of them really are just going to be extremely pretty simple. Things like initial purchase price, I think the council will agree what we have now is very convoluted, and it won't be much of a discussion to go to probably what everyone's going to agree to. Other ones, like should we have a lottery process required, such as the other communities are doing in the towns in the within Summit County, is going to be probably a little bit more lengthy conversation. It's going to be upcoming in a later meeting. The reason we want to bring all these conversations before you while we're doing maximum resale is because these are topics that have came up that staff and or the board members on the Summit Combined Housing Authority Board, which are represented by including Town and Frisco staff. They're topics that we lack consistency of, and quite honestly, some of the way we do it is probably not the best way, and we can learn from more updated ways that other towns are handling things and what we've heard from the public and just staff expertise also in knowledge. So then we'll move into a housing restrictive covenant. So I think one of the most confusing things for people, and I'm explaining this I know a lot of the council members who are here understand this. I'm also really going really basic with my explanation because there's so many people who have an interest in this topic. And so I'm trying to make sure not only you council members, but anyone listening has a full understanding of what this is. So if you want me to speed up, let me know. One thing that confuses people is they have so many different names. So they're called a deed restriction. It's called a HRC. It's called a covenant. A covenant can be so many different used for so many different terminologies around the country. Here in the Frisco and local jurisdictions, covenant tends to refer to that housing restrictive covenant. So it is essentially a tool for placing limitations on the uses of a housing unit. It's frequently utilized when a housing unit development is partially or fully, but usually not fully, happens funded by taxpayer money. And then it is recorded in property records and binding. Each owner and future owner has to abide by that covenant on the property. When a property is developed, when it has this covenant that is being placed on that property, let's say it's part of a development agreement, and so because, or a bonus density, there's all different scenarios. That covenant is signed usually by the developer and the town and recorded on that property. Then when somebody goes to buy that property as a first homeowner of that property, they sign an agreement acknowledging that they understand there is a covenant and this is what it says on that property. When that property sells to the next property owner, that property owner signs an affidavit acknowledging that they also understand these restrictions in place. So it does last in perpetuity. The legal language, I think, usually has about 100 years and some other things, but it is passed owner to owner. They are always honored when, so they're not just removed from a property during the sale. So specifically zooming into Frisco, we have approximately 155 properties in the town that have covenants recorded on them. About 40 of those properties have what we refer to as a light restriction, also known as a live work restriction. So that approximately 40, an example are the base camp units. You don't have to make, you're not capped on how much money you make, but you do have to be employed within a certain area to live there. So live work, you have to live and work in that unit, but you're not capped on how much money you make. You're also not capped on how much you can sell that unit for. So a base camp owner can sell a light restricted unit for as much as they would like, but you still need to find a buyer who is willing to pay that, who meets the employment qualification.
As much as they can.
Yes, correct. So they're not capped, but there is a cap because, for example, recently ones in base camp have had to lower their prices because they haven't found that person to buy.
Essentially limits the buyer pool.
Correct.
So base camp had that, and they tried to sell it for a high price, and they couldn't.
That has happened, yes.
Yep.
Do we know what AMI level they would have been?
I could look at it and, well, I can look at it and tell you. I'm not gonna guess, but yeah, it'd be easy to tell you.
The difficulty with that question is that the AMI table, and I'm sure we're gonna talk about this further, is really about new product. So in resales, is the AMI table really applicable?
Yeah, that's, yeah.
But in the base camp example, that's what, when they're just a light deed restriction, they have no tie to the AMI table. Either in qualification or because there is no qualification except workload.
Right, but yes, we can determine that.
Here's your question, kind of backwards method of, it's sold for 450,000, what would that have qualified
Right.
for under the AMI
Yeah,
table?
where does that?
What,
Is that what,
That was
What-
what my question was for for the light
for
restriction.
base camp, like,
For base camp.
Yeah,
So in other
can you-
words, did somebody at 160 AMI buy that unit because they could afford it? Or was it somebody at 120? You know, could they get in there because of who knows what else?
right,
You know, like, I don't know, I'd just be interested in me.
or is it simply somebody that's working and living here that makes a ton of money
200,
over,
200%,
something like that.
300%.
It could be any of those.
do they, when on a light deed restriction, do they have to disclose their salary or just prove their employment?
Just prove their employment.
So we don't have data on light deed restrictions. Income.
Is there a cap on how long they're employed class, because they always,
They must always be, so each year they are included in our monitoring, so they have to report that they're where they're
right,
employed.
if they do move equipment there, then.
They're supposed to
So,
sell, correct.
And they can retire there after 7 years of living in there. Yep.
say,
Just to be clear, I do have a little discrepancy with the idea that new product is very different from an existing product.
I'm just,
Just for values.
Right.
Yeah, that's, I just wanna say that.
And I will tell you, they were listed for well over 160%.
Okay.
Don't know what they ended up selling at or if they've sold now, but they were listed at well over what 160% could afford for a studio unit. Okay, so you then about your remaining 115 properties have their covenants all are different, but they have some type of a AMI connection. Either income eligibility to purchase it and or what you can sell it at tied to AMI, which I'll explain when I get to more information on that people. And then as I think everyone here is aware, in 2019, the town had a lot of feedback from the public at that time also about the standard covenant language, meaning it was in effect for all of Peak One and some of the other housing developments, pretty much anything that was built after about 2012, that their resale calculation wasn't very favorable at that time. So at that time, town council agreed to a new way to do it. And since then, about a little over half of the properties that have sold have gone into that 2019 covenant. It is not required to go into that when you sell a house. It's completely optional. That was a way that had it where we weren't putting this new requirement on somebody who already had a covenant. So they are allowed to go into it, but they didn't have to go into it.
And were there real benefits to go into it when you were selling?
Yes, the ones who went into it because they could make more money selling, so they sold it for more money by utilizing the resale calc. A couple people have entered into the new covenant for refinancing reasons. Staff has in writing to people as we start the communication, and then we tell them verbally, we suggest no one sign a covenant unless they're trying to sell their properties, because then it's stuck and you don't know is what happens if the older one ended up being better and things like that. But we have found that there are people who, for refinancing reasons, they're not planning on selling, but they still want to refinance, so they get that new covenant because it gives them that better value of their house to refinance. And then most of the ones who have not opted into the new covenant are because they don't have that standard deed restriction, so like it doesn't help them at all, because they may have agreed to a 5%. There's some very unique covenants out there. So there's maybe only 2 or 3, I believe, who have not gone into the new covenant, and it's the other reason they don't go into the new covenant. They wanted to sell to their friends who wouldn't meet the priority period, and if they went into the new covenant, you're required to open it to the public. And in the first 30 days in the 2019 covenant, a buyer has to work within the town of Frisco boundaries, and if somebody wants to sell to somebody who works at the high school, they chose to not go in that covenant because they then couldn't sell to their friend, because their friend, there was probably going to be somebody else who would have to be picked, who worked within the town of Frisco boundary. And that priority period is going to be a discussion we have at one of the upcoming work sessions.
And the geography also.
Correct. Yes. Yep, so that is still to come on another meeting. Okay. AMI, I know that things complicated. Obviously, it is a lot of people, not just in this county and town, but around the nation will complain about it. But it does have to be some type of measurable way to look at incomes. So area median income is a measure of local income. That value is obtained from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development that we refer to as HUD. Other organizations, national, state, also use AMI, such as CHAPA, DOLA, OEDIT. As you know, a lot of our financial funding is tied to AMI. So it's not something that we can just say, we don't like it, it's gonna go away. Like AMI is utilized by many different organizations and jurisdictions, and we have to follow it when we want financing for a lot of our projects also. It's typically used to establish the initial sales price or also a rental rate. And again, trying to tie it to that affordable, meaning 30% of an income. Yeah. You want me to
I got myself confused earlier, about an hour ago. Because of the difference between AMI as a term of income and AMI as a term of house price.
Yes, let's move into this slide. And I can hand these out. You had them in your packet also. I don't even think reading glasses will help with that screen. I will, you want to hand speed up?
It's fine.
I don't, so you might be better off looking at it. Okay, so, oh, can I have one of those? I can't really do that. All right, so before you and on the screen is the updated 2024 Summit County area median income. The number, we're gonna start in the top main row between the two lines, which is labeled as AMIs. We have household size. In that, you see the HUD very low income at 50% in red. Those numbers are specifically stated by HUD on an annual basis. And then the numbers are utilized, picking on the rest of it. You can blame the housing authority for not doing it in jumbo size. So when looking at, and the reason I want to break this down is because it really does correlate directly to your question. The first part, you have household size. And then if you read across the columns, you have the different percentages, which are AMI. When a person wants to buy a deed restricted unit that has an AMI cap on it, let's say it's 100% AMI unit, you're gonna look at that 100% column. And not to confuse you, there's different ways we look at household size. We're gonna take it by the books of just reading this form. Let's say you had a 3-person household who wanted to buy a 100% unit. Their household income cannot exceed $109,700 to buy that 100% unit. Okay, so that is what that top section is explaining, and the housing authority uses that to qualify anybody who wants to purchase within the town of Frisco along with other jurisdictions. So they have the knowledge. We don't like to do that as town staff, not just because of time, but also involves looking at W-2s and involves looking at a lot of personal financial statements. We don't have that expertise necessarily, and we shouldn't really be looking at that. So that is one of the wonderful services that Summit County Housing Authority does perform. So what they're doing is they're looking at the household income to see what they make based on taxes and other information to qualify. Okay. Moving down to the next one, which is the rentals category. That is pretty much the same, but if you are renting your unit, you would see here, based on how many bedrooms that unit is, what AMI it is, and what the rent would be an affordable rent, meaning 30% of a household income at 100% income shouldn't pay more rent than what that number shows for that bedroom count. Okay, so that's the affordable. Then we're gonna move down to for sale. And through the for sale, we reference a couple of things to look at here. You have reading, not skip above the columns you all wanna jump right into. Read the notes. You have maximum monthly principal and interest payment based on the affordable monthly rent amounts above, minus a $500 allowance to cover taxes, insurance, and HOA dues. So that comes from HUD's definitions of affordability, and that you shouldn't be adding your HOA costs, your utilities, and other things. That should all be included in your 30% of your income. And so the housing board, Summit Combined Housing Board, not the individual staff members, the board use those numbers to extrapolate into the numbers you get in the columns. They also look at a interest rate that changes based on the way it's written, that they're required to look at it. And so they looked at that at a yearly basis of what it is, along with a 30-year loan term and 90% loan to value. So we understand, and everyone knows, those are not 100%. Some HOAs are gonna have less than a $500 HOA fees. Some of our housing helps, we have an $800 HOA fees because some of the condo, everyone hears that they're going up for insurance rates, wildfire, everything. So 500 is not, we understand that we can't have a different HOA number for every single property. But that is the general number being used right now, along with a 7% interest rate. That was due to how high they were when this, in May, when this, and you can see in the bottom left, Whenever someone puts this chart in front of you, look at the bottom left to make sure you're looking at 2024, the newest one, because there's also 23, there's 20, and I myself always forget like which one am I looking at, so it's nice they keep those highlighted at the bottom for us. So you have the for sale. Looking at the bottomest rows that you have. Let's say you have a 2-bedroom unit and then you go over to 100%. It can sell right now. Well, sorry, this is different, but we'll get it. This is helping you as you get to our resale value. I'm gonna go over. That number equals 374,516. That number is because it is 30% of a 100% household's income. And that's what they should be spending on a house according to Keep It Affordable based on definitions. Okay, so that with that chart, kind of breaking it down a little more, I know we haven't really delved into what it is a whole lot. This one is interesting. You actually saw this from Corey when she presented just an overview of the Housing Authority to you recently. This is the changes in AMI that the Housing Authority put together for us to help us out see the average. The average growth rate is 2.93. Can't read that.
That's correct.
Thank you. So you can see it's just under 3%. The reason this is kind of important and interesting to look at is as we move forward and you're gonna hear different percentages per year brought up and discussed as options for resale calc, 2%, 3%, different things. The average growth rate for AMI tends to be an average of 2.93%, so just under 3. So that's kind of a good connection to have it.
And when you say AM,
That's 3%.
Probably, yeah, I think Corey and I.
when you say AMI changes and then these, the starts with the 60,000 number. Is that 100% or is that 50%? It's 100%.
100%.
Okay, so that's an income.
And that's 100 too.
It's always the number that's published by HUD.
Thank you. I like that we have some other housing experts here. They told them also just so you know, they can interrupt if they have better facts. than I do. So this, and I'll also say while I'm on this, this is all in your staff report. I recognize you've seen it. If people have not read the staff report and they want to reflect on this kind of information, it's all in the council packet and can be still reviewed after the meeting. Okay, typically, let's say I reference a lot of the 2012 to 2019 covenants. This is what they said for maximum, we're moving into resale price calculations, by the way. The maximum resale price of a property shall be equal to the sum of, and then you have the lesser of. The first one is the purchase price the owner pays plus an increase of 3% a year from the date that they bought it to the date of the listing cut. And that 3% is not to be compounded. So you get that, or based on how the numbers play out, which the Housing Authority does for everybody, the purchase price paid by the owner for the property plus a percentage increase equal to the percentage increase in the AMI from the date they bought it to the date they're selling it. That is basically using these numbers. If you bought it in 2012 and you're selling it in 2018, for example, what is that percent difference? And whichever one of those two options, A and B on that screen, is lower, you're required to sell it for that lower cost. This is the one that we had people complain about in 2019, which led to our newer covenant. This is the one that most people have chosen to opt out of when they're selling or refinancing. This also allowed, this was unique for Peak One, the cost of permitted improvements, because they were allowed some permitted improvements for certain units back then, and they still are, plus commission payable to SCHA at that time. Each deed restriction, such as, for example, Southland Village, which is your deed restricted development next to the elementary school, that one has a couple of properties that are allowed improvements for basement renovations, but not most of them. So capital improvements, we're going to be discussing in a later meeting. Completely give or take, we have to look at every covenant to determine if it has it or not. There is no consistency. There is a reasoning behind it, but not a consistency. And the reasoning comes down to the affordability, the taxpayer money that was put in, things like that. Okay, just for fun, a couple of really of other covenants in town. There are some people, when they do their maximum resale calc, they can get the greater of, and that one is 4%. And we have some other properties that can get the greater of, and that one's 5%. So our covenants are all over the board. And so this is just showing you, even the one example many people have talked about, complained about in 2019, it's not the only covenant in town. There's plenty of other ones out there out of that 155. Staff has to pull, whenever we're asked a question, we will never trust ourselves to tell somebody what their covenant says. We will always pull the covenant and we will read it because everything is different in them. So we did, this is cut and pasted directly from a couple of our covenants also, so just to show you. Yeah, so these.
We're not doing
No, but it wouldn't be.
If you require someone to move into a new covenant, you probably would hear from them,
Yeah,
And the thing is, one size doesn't fit all,
correct?
you know, because some of them have major HOA dues that are a lot higher than other things, so you can't. So it's, you know, we're not looking at one size fits all.
And that's,
You can't.
yeah, we wish we could do one covenant for the
Yeah.
whole entire Summit County,
Yeah.
every deed restricted unit, that would be our ideal world.
I think that's an excellent point, and also it's, I'm sure over the lifetime of affordable housing in the county. As it's tied to AMI. Jurisdictions have learned things about, you know. Enforcing those covenants over time, as another example.
Okay. So moving into a little more information on the 2019 covenant, because it is discussed a lot and brought up a lot, I want to make sure everyone understands it. It was approved by a resolution after we went through 3 or 4 town council discussions about this one also. The intent was, this is quoted from the staff reports at that time. The intent was to provide a resale calculation that allowed owners to potentially sell their property for a value which was greater than the previous method. So that was specifically why we did the 2019 covenant, was so they could make more money, and it has proved to be that result. Like I said, the ones who didn't opt into it, they didn't opt into it because they were gonna get more money out of the original covenant. They opted into it for other reasons, personal reasons. And then just a reminder, and I'm gonna get into this, is how it ties it to that chart. So I wanna break down the covenant. I'm gonna go slow, interrupt and ask questions, because I've read this and done this so many times. To me, I admit it makes sense, and then I get so many questions that it really does need more explanation than I usually give. So trying to break it down and go slowly here. If somebody is in the 2019 covenant, and or when we're approached, somebody submits a resale let me back up a step. Somebody is thinking about selling their house. They live in a deed restricted unit somewhere in the town. They usually start by filling out an online request, which is really easy to do through the housing authority. That will tell them their resale calculation. They also tell the housing authority when they request that, if they're looking at it for curiosity, for refinancing, or to sell, things like that. The housing authority pulls their existing covenant and they give them the calculation. They also put in, you should consider talking to the town if you're interested about another option that they have. So then the homeowner comes to town staff, which right now Emma Heth in our office provides all of this for them. She'll pull their property info, she'll pull the 2019 covenant, and she'll do all the calculations. She'll give it to them and she'll sit down if they want to move forward with it to make sure they understand what they're looking into. So that's kind of how people find out about this, and also how, when and if they decide to move forward with it. So it's kind of a connection between the housing authority does tell people about it, and then we explain what it is. So to do this, what we do is we start by pulling up the county assessor property records. That tells us the purchase price and the date that they purchased it. So we start with that number, which we pull off of the website. We then take and do 3% a year, 3% of that property, of that purchase price. That we then break it down into how many months they've owned the property. We do the math. So we end up with a number that was the purchase price plus 3% per year. That number we give the owner. The next 2 steps, we need their help. the third one, and we tell them this, plus the cost of qualified capital improvements, and we say, please look at exhibit B of the attached covenant. Read what you can qualify for, let us know if you have done any of these improvements. Before we send that email, we check all of our planning and building permits, and we will say, we do see you applied and you received a certificate of completion for a deck valued at this amount. We can add this to your qualifying capital improvements. Most of the time, we don't see any permits in file, and we say, we've checked, there's no permits, please let us know if you have any work. We usually get people, I would say 80% of the responses tell us, yeah, we put in a new boiler, we put in a new deck, and we have no permits. We will not give qualifying capital improvement value if you didn't get a permit from the town when it was required to be submitted. We will let you go ahead and submit that permit that day if you would like, and people do it, they'll have their plumber submit that water heater or boiler application, even though it was put in a few years back. And so that they are in line with the town and they get it permitted, and we then count that as a qualified capital improvement.
You appreciate it per year or something?
It is based on what the product improvement is. Some things have a 5-year, some things have a 20-year depreciation. The one, when they retrograde it, because it's kind of a loophole, but we don't know when they really put it in, we're going off of when they put that. Not trying to encourage people to not pull permits till they want to sell, but it probably was an advantage, for example, as someone who just did it this way. But we do.
Something else that's on the list for next meeting.
Yes, you got it. Yep. So I don't know, and when we discuss qualifying capital improvements, council can tell us if they like or don't like that direction we make, where that decision we make as staff, that if you don't have a permit and you need one, we will give it to you. I mean, it's really been a staff interpretation of how we handle that. But there is unlimited cost of qualifying capital improvements you can add right now. And we'll, as far as doing this formula, okay? So then we have a very unique clause in here, plus up to the cost of real estate commission. That is really a loophole, and I'm gonna get to that when I finish this, so just keep that in mind. Okay, so you add those 4 things up. The catch is the tie to the table. Provided, however, that the sum of those 4 items cannot be greater than what you see on this chart that's currently being used is the maximum sale price. So if you take your sale price and you add 3% a year, not compounded, and you're over this number, you don't get to add capital improvements or real estate commission. If you're under the number, then you can. If you're way under the number, you can make a deal with your real estate friend and have a 12% real estate commission, so you can still sell at this, and you and your real estate friend or realtor are making a whole lot of money in the back because you're allowed to hit this number. So that is the way it's written. We maybe didn't foresee unlimited real estate commission and what it could potentially do behind the scenes with people. So
So can you explain, so say, someone in Peakland built a garage that wasn't there when they
Yes.
bought, right? And so then you're changing the AMI value of your home. Right? I mean, cause you end up adding infrastructure that wasn't there, that changes the value of your home.
Changes
Not the
it changes what the home is. It doesn't affect the AMI value of the home at all.
So when you go resell, the thing is that, do you take into consideration that, whatever, 50 grand was spent on your garage? And so does that go on top of, does that get included in your 3%?
it's on top of it.
It's on top of the 3%.
Do the 29.
Theoretically, you would get paid back for it
You would get paid back.
without changing the AMI need of who's coming in. Right?
We're never gonna change the AMI number. Like, it's always gonna be 100% unit or 120.
Right,
Like that.
160.
What would change potentially, what could, the problem with capital improvements, let's say you bought a house 2 years ago, and let me put your question off
Okay.
till a later slide.
Mhm.
Is that okay? And I'm gonna make a note, I don't forget. Because it's a great question. And you're gonna see how people are over this table number with 3% a year and why they don't get their capital improvements. Cause the answer reading this is yes, you get a capital improvement. You can add that full cost to your garage, cause garage aren't depreciated either. And therefore you can have your the price you bought it for in 2012, for example, you can add 3% a year, you can add $80,000 if that was what you said the value of the garage was when you got a permit. And then you can add real estate commission. However, if that number is over this number, you're not getting that 80,000 for a garage because you're 3% probably max. And I have a later slide that explains that number, which is why I'm gonna put it off. Yeah. Okay, so a little bit more, sorry, that just breaks it down again.
Yeah.
That we just went through. Okay, so just an example, just to confuse everybody a little bit more. As we said, I know the housing authority, the housing board, all the housing staff around the town and county would love to have one covenant. It's just, we're not there. Eventually, maybe someday we'll have one that everyone has and can move forward with. So I'm trying to move that. But what I did want you to see, because this is, we're still connected, right? Like, yes, we're the town of Frisco. We have our Frisco covenant. We do have the eligible period in our 2019 where we are catering to people who are employed within the town of Frisco boundary. Those are the only covenants that are tied to that Frisco boundary. Housing Helps is 1 mile outside a 10-mile basin. A lot of the old, the standard covenants all kind of live, or Summit County. Summit County, Breckenridge, Silverthorne, some of them have priority periods. You're gonna hear about that at a later meeting, some don't. But we're still part of the county and how other, I think it's important to really recognize how other towns within the area and the county are looking at things. So very brief of analysis, and I will say, anyone can provide more of these and we can give you more examples. I pulled one arbitrarily. There are many examples, as you know, in Breckenridge and Summit County especially. So I'm not trying to be biased. This is literally just the one I knew of in my head and found first on people's website. As we move forward, if you want to see more other examples, I'm happy to pull them, and the Housing Authority, I know, can help speed that up a little bit for me too. So, yeah.
Sorry if I may, I would be interested to see how many at this point are going 2%, how many are not 2%?
Yep.
How many, in the past, because I had no idea we had 4% and 5%.
Yeah.
Levels in the town, I have no idea.
Yep. So yeah, I will get more information together for you to guide to review in the future on those.
And I'm kind of wondering, since we're looking at like the Deepwood neighborhood, okay? If we could have like the Wellington neighborhood, those that are compatible to our Deepwood neighborhood.
Right.
Not condos, not condos.
Yeah, fair.
Houses.
And definitely we'll do that. I will recognize that this covenant will be reflective of for anybody in the town. So the condos that we have that are like such as on Streamside, we have one at Riverbend, we have a couple of Marina Home. They will be able to move into the new covenant if one is established and done. And so just to keep in mind, it is for everybody, not just one. But yes,
Potentially beyond.
it will, along with everybody else who have to do the 50 unit.
We've got, what'd you say, 105, what was 155 to 40 or so?
Correct.
So 115
Other ones,
and 60 of them,
69 of them are in P1. Yep.
they want about half of this.
Correct.
And theoretically, if we built any other for sale product, a new standard option theoretically would apply to that. And that's we just decided to change it again.
Yeah. And I think in the end, as you were saying, one side of the wall and everything, like, I would like to come out of this with like 3 options or 5 options as far as a for sale, a light version, a rental version, but it shouldn't have to be, 140 different restrictions like there are in Southern County. We should be able to dial that in closer, I would think. That's why we're here.
Sounds good. Yeah, I will pull some more for you. And I do have one correction. This is the same chart that was in your staff report. Thank you. It was pointed out right before the meeting that this first one, Breckenridge Blue 52, that is what the covenant says. But Breckenridge after that decided that they will allow up to 2%. So it is not 1%, it's 2% now in Breckenridge for real estate, sales commission. So just wanna recognize that typo now. And we'll have a lot more information. Okay, so options, sorry, I should have put that later. Andy, this is this is getting back to kind of your question. Okay, so in your packet, there was an analysis provided in one of the attachments. So it had a whole bunch of random charts that looked like this on 2 pages front and back. What this is staff opened up a spreadsheet with our 155 units. We tried to hide the ones we knew would live work because they're so unique. We may have included some live work on accident. That's completely on me. And then what we did, we started pulling individual properties, what they sold for, what their covenant allows. So we have a lot of data in a spreadsheet. Due to time, we could not get through 155 of these. It takes about 15 minutes to find every covenant and read them, not to mention all the other stuff. And so what we tried to do was find a random amount for you throughout town. This is not just within P1. And they're broken down by categories, the heading of which is on the top of each little chart. So the one in front of you on the screen right now is a 2-bedroom, 80% AMI unit. What this has is true example in the town. I thought it was kind of interesting to see the year built in the garage type. Also, so not really relevant to the conversation, but I do think it's kind of interesting to see it, so I left it in there. Just to also show how the variety, some, as you get higher, are gonna have garages, some have parking spaces. But yet they're all tied to the same number on the chart for a for sale price. 2-bedroom is what this chart is for. You have the date it was sold and the price it was sold at. You then can see the 3% not compounded. And then we did 2% because that is a standard that Breckenridge and Summit County are using a lot. And then we have the AMI chart max. And so what you have before you is showing you, if you take when it was purchased, you had 3%. I'm gonna stick to just 3% a year, but I wanted you to have the 2% because I knew people would be interested. 3% a year compared to the AMI chart max. That difference. So the top one on that, for example, is in red. The red ones mean that the 3% a year, adding it, went over the number on the chart. So I took their sale price, I added 3% a year, not compounded. They could not get qualifying capital improvements or extra for real estate commission based on the 2019 covenant, because the 3% a year puts them over the number on the chart. Is there any questions on that? Yes. Okay, so we took the sale price, we added 3% per year. And then compared that 3% per year with the number on the chart based on what that house categorized as, which is based on the number of bedrooms in the 100% or whatever it is. In this chart, a 2-bedroom, 80% house would sell at $282,912. So if you took the sale price and when they bought it and you added 3% here, if that goes over $282,912, now going back to.
Isn't that the other way around?
No.
Going back to this, you got the purchase price and 3%. You don't add plus QCIs and you don't get to add plus real estate commission because of the bottom paragraph that says provided, however, the sums are no greater than the maximum sale price on the table. So that's the 80% one. And so what you can see here, and you can also see a variety, we didn't want to skew it. Obviously, I shouldn't say obviously. The houses that have sold in the last couple of years, 2 years, let's say, are pretty much all going to have a closer value than the ones that were purchased in 2014 or originally purchased, right? So This chart shows for 80% AMI houses, a lot of them are very capped. Maxed out, and that is what you're hearing from homeowners. Of, they don't like the 2019 covenant because they don't even get 3% a year. Added to it because the number here is capped. If they're in the 2019 covenant, they don't have to go into the 2019 covenant. And if they hadn't sold, they were encouraged to not go into it until they sold. But again, they did for refinancing or personal reasons or whatever.
So, and Kate, I don't know if you have a clock in front of you. but
Yeah.
we got that time.
Thank you, okay.
So using that line,
Mhm.
if you're at the 3% option, 289 is your number. AMI, obviously 282 is your number. Does that mean if you're taking the 3% option, it's 289 plus your costs for real estate commissions, or you don't?
No,
You don't get to add.
Qualify,
You don't get any.
because it's over,
That's the max.
because.
Because it's higher, you're stuck at 282.
Correct.
Now, might be jumping ahead. Maybe ahead by meetings, but if we eliminate, right now I understand. If we were to eliminate the AMI part of this. And you just get the 3%. Now just the 3% column,
Mhm.
do you take the 289 and add to that?
It would
Or that's
be,
what we're gonna be deciding?
that's what you're gonna decide. Do you wanna have it capped by the number on this table like we do right now, or do you wanna not have it capped? And use a different way to calculate resale, which could be 3% per year.
Well, so this isn't over if we say AMI. If we,
If you say we agree with many people who are expressing complaints. That they should get at least 3% per year, and therefore this table shouldn't be utilized to cap the resale, they should get 3% a year no matter what. Then. The discussion is gonna be, do you want 2%, do you want 3%, how are we gonna do
we
that?
say 3, are we then having a conversation about real estate commission?
Commissions.
Qualified,
Correct,
And how those are capped. Yes, you will be having that conversation.
yes, that
Also.
still has.
conversation of. It's AMI. We don't have any more conversations, right, because that's set by HUD.
That is all tied to the chart, it's still, if you say AMI, you're basically tying it to the chart, which is okay.
I'm saying, but that's why. If we were to go strictly AMI.
Mhm.
Then 282 is your cap, it doesn't matter what your commissions are, it doesn't matter your improvements. 282 is your cap because that's what the chart
Yes.
says.
Correct,
Okay, and then if we're at the higher or the lower, that's, lower is where we are now. The higher,
interestingly, and you'll see this on this sheet in front of you. So higher AMI units, because they sell for more, tend to have, so like the 140% AMIs. They tend to have over 120,000 that they're not hitting this chart number with 3% a year. The 80% tend to be hitting this chart more. With that said, we're also not really hearing from any of these citizens to know what is behind their logic. Now, what I want to tie together really quick. You can look at these numbers in red and say that is really not fair. Or you can look at those numbers in red and say, if you added that, then you're over the chart by that much. Is that fair to a buyer because you're asking someone who makes 100% household income to go over their 30% their income? Because if you're gonna let somebody sell for that number in red, adding that extra difference so they can get 3% per year, you're losing your buyer affordability.
even though. You still have to be, because of our pre-existing deed restrictions, you would still have to be 100% buyer to buy that unit. But we know upfront that we're forcing you to pay more than what the charts say.
Then the charts say, and everyone has their own house, right? Everyone has their own story. Do they have?
I'm listening.
Well, yes, because banks typically won't loan to you beyond 30% of your income.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, so there's, this acts as a cap, a numerical cap, right? You just can't go beyond it. But there's a practical market cap that I think you're getting at, which is, at the end of the day, all of these provisions that you've been reading have a final clause that say, oh, by the way, the maximum resale price isn't a guaranteed price. You still have to sell to somebody who meets the AMI restriction, right? So I think what your question is getting at is answered, yes, there is a practical market limitation to the sales price that acts independently of these numbers. And that is to say, what is a bank willing to loan someone, a family, making 100% AMI for on a given property? And typically that's going to be close to the 30% that in a way, you wonder if it's a distinction without a difference, right? You can do something more on paper, but can you actually achieve it in reality when it comes to selling? So long as you remain limited to the 100%. And I know that's another part of this discussion, whether we're really going to limit that, but.
And yeah, you know, and part of that, you're also saying like $6,000 is the difference between. And I don't know if I agree that it's less $6,000, I think more, but the thing is like, is $6,000 stopping anybody from buying that particular house? It might stop a couple. Will it stop, you know, all of the people that can, you know, apply for it? And, you know, I think that's a big part, it's a big distinction. As opposed to losing that on the backside.
And obviously, every household has a different story, right?
Well,
That you don't know.
It could really drive the question of how much can a given household bring to a purchase in terms of down payment? Because that then drives the loan, the lender question, right? Regardless of the cap.
And, you know, our recent experience across the deed restricted for sale product in Summit County is that we're finding buyers that can qualify and that can pay the price. That's happening. I don't think we have examples of houses or condos that have sat empty because we can't find a buyer for them.
Fair, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
And you think it's the 100% buyer who either lived in their car for 6 months to build a bucket of cash where they have general parents. Either way, they're showing up with more money at the settlement table.
They're able to qualify and then they're able to. Yeah.
And we're nobody to tell them they can get there.
Right.
It's probably parents that running in your car.
It probably is.
Okay.
Yeah.
The question is not really probably relevant at this moment, but is there something in the deed restrictions that protects the buyer? So that the price, so if the market changes, the price will never go below.
Good question,
It says
yeah,
that.
we have that you
You can't-
never.
Yeah.
have
The
the
calculation,
calculation,
regardless of what the calculation say, you never have to sell it for less than your purchase price.
good question, yeah.
And that's the one thing,
Yeah, but under the covenant.
and I think the one thing is when you start looking at percent, you know, at 60, you see them underwater. You know, but again, like you said, the reselling will never be able, they don't have to sell it less than what they make, you know, but
Yeah,
that's what a lot of people, you know, these people that bought the houses, you know, they're $44,000 down, they bought it, let's look at the 100% AMI. 2011 detached 479, 3% is 490. And then 2%, yeah, 445 is the AMI, so right now, they're $20,000 under approximately. Not exactly, but they're underwater. If
and
you
those
look
are
at
the ones who have purchased recently.
Yeah,
Correct, so that was where I was going when I said the ones who are purchased, it's almost like buying a new car and walking it, driving it off the lot, you just lost the value, it's
Yeah.
kind of the way it is in the world with things like that. The chart up here has your 160, you can see.
Because you have to.
It's, I've always, that to me, with the function of the FCHA, not more than. So if you bought, they didn't update. That's good. Dan, I wanna make sure, I think we talked about it, but I wanna make sure we put in that. There was a 5-year gap in them updating the chart, so if you bought your house in year 4 of that unupdated chart.
So the chart's
And then all of a
updated
sudden,
every year,
is it, SCHA did update it every year?
it gets updated every year, what wasn't updated every year with former directors, it was caught this year, thanks to Corey being there and reading kind of what was legally supposed to be done, is the interest rate and the amount equal to the HOA and insurance and taxes. So we do have a chart every year that has been released based on extrapolated from that numbers, correct? But
It
the,
was changing every year.
yes, every year, and that's where we actually, I put it
But
out.
it changed every year without updating the assumptions
Correct,
of insurance costs and
yes,
interest rate.
that was what had been overlooked,
That was what made the big jump.
correct.
Okay, so, and that's what made people go underwater more than anything else was,
That.
it was trending like this when it really should have.
I can go over options or I can save it for the new business item. You tell me, I know we have consultants presenting at 5 with Hillary's team, but I don't want
I
to,
think we need to be pretty strict with time.
should we? Save it at the next. one? Yeah.
At the next one, next meeting or next
7
one,
o'clock,
7 o'clock.
well, or-
All right. Let's take a break and see, hopefully we have 3.
So Dan, what I was saying, and the reason you immediately under any kind of transactions is there's transaction costs to that cause you to lose, essentially lose equity.
Yeah, but, you know, that's,
So
that's not. As far as, you know, Danny and I bought my house
Yes.
8 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, because it's different.
But in markets where values are staying even. You know, that lost the transaction costs, and over time, you're gonna make it up, it's just a matter of when.
Oh, shit. Skip that.
Is that the only thing we're doing? Let somebody else. Do it. You're worth it. Really good cause. She talked me into it. Yeah. My mom. You're right here, Dad. I knew it.
Just kidding.
Bought 2 cars. Breakdown, we thought 80. But you're right, there's a bottom. Good point. So, in talking to Brandon. Yeah. Your breath. So. Yeah. Not over.
Pretty good, how about you? Ben.
I can take a break.
Yeah. Oh, my God, yeah.
I think like 20 minutes now, that's my 1 o'clock teacher, maybe that's a 1:30 teacher. So maybe back. Benefit that was quiet. Yeah.
Oh, jeez, hers?
Anything, get this shit. She hadn't doing it. You couldn't even got it.
Does she have a doctor? If she goes to the care,
Yeah.
we're trying to see why. Because my wife's. All of this stuff, instead of just giving you a pile of bills.
Yeah.
She's like, let's talk about your, I said, why, I like.
Yeah.
What we can do about help.
Yeah,
I mean, I have to go that route.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah, but we have insurance.
It only benefits the.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know. So, you know, she had. Okay.
Yeah, we saw it.
Oh, yeah, we were happy. They all buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's you.
It was a color. We had a beat because. Yeah, but. Guess we go to the back. Yeah, so I have the same way.
No, 30.
Yeah.
And that is good. We had a roll agenda. We're just gonna keep the work session going after that. We're gonna turn it over to Hillary. And the best way of update gonna be assisted by Leslie.
Hello, good evening. We're here to talk about the quick update on the investment grade update. This has been a really wonderful collaborative project that we've been working for almost a year now. We've been working with Main Street. And internally, it's been a really great cross-departmental project. I'm working with Finance and Public Works as well as the Environmental Programs Division. So we came last to council back in November of last year. But I know that we've had some new council members. So we're gonna start with a little bit of some background and overview sort of before we dive into the most recent updates of what we've got going on. So I'm gonna hand it over. Yes, take it away.
And so, everyone, my name is Jordan Worthington, I'm executive in the industry. We've got some great content to share today. Really excited about what we've been able to work with Tom Briscoe on so far. I joined today by Aaron.
Yep, everybody, my name is Aaron Scroach. I'm a program manager in the industry. I'm responsible for overseeing the development of the investment grade audit. Colorado native, born and created, been developing projects in Colorado for a little over 20 years now, and really great to have the opportunity to be here with you guys today. Thank you.
Next slide. Yeah, so today we'll go through, again, the purpose of the presentation today, project overview, scope that's involved in the project, timeline and some next steps. So yeah, today, obviously, we've gone through the investment grade audit process, or at least part of it so far, just kind of giving you guys an update on where we are in that process and that timeline, review some initial project scope with costs and savings associated with that. Then I believe there's probably going to be some interesting conversation around the funding sources and some of the grants and other info that we're pursuing for this. So at a high level, understanding you guys have committed to the Summit Community Climate Action Plan, some renewable energy goals and some greenhouse gas reduction goals in that. So we were looking at scopes of work very early on, understanding that we tried to hit those targets as part of that scope, whether that be through electrification or maybe energy efficiency upgrades through your facilities. And so these were some of the kind of larger goals that we again focused on when looking at different scopes of work through the audit. So we being McKinstry are an energy services company. We were competitively pre-qualified to work through the Colorado Energy Office's Energy Focus program. The Energy Office program has been around for 25 years. I think the number now is around $1 billion worth of work has been done over those 25 years through the program. And how they define performance contracting is it's a financing and contracting tool, allows you, a public entity, to leverage energy savings to fund upgrades in your facilities over time, typically. And so the very bottom there, making sure I think I can read that, yeah. So the first step obviously is the investment grade audit, which is what we're going through right now, which then flows into the energy performance contract, which is the project implementation arrow there. And then post substantial completion of that construction, we entered into the measurement verification phase, which is typically 3 years of measurement verification of the guaranteed savings that we provided in the contract. And that's kind of the longer timeline there. Next slide, please. So this is just a visual representation of how the kind of the energy savings portion might work. The first column there is really your base state where you, the town of Frisco, spend X amount of dollars a year on utility or operating cost at your facilities. You bring in a partner like McKinstry, our engineers work and identify savings and savings opportunities through different scopes of work. We also look at, and this is a big piece of this project as well, is applicable grants at the state and federal level, maybe other utility incentives, et cetera, that we can help combine with those energy savings. Use that kind of lump sum to help pay for the project, typically over time with a financing mechanism. And then at the end of the financing period, those savings return to the town. Yeah, next slide, please. Aaron, you want to take this one?
Sure. So this is just our overall investment grade audit process here. I would say we're a little over about 2/3 of the way through. So most recent step that we just completed with the town is what we call the rough order of magnitude, or RONTES. And so that's where we present the town with our initial costs and savings for the project. So we've identified a scope of measures, lighting, building envelope, got a ground source heat pump system, the day lodge, some solar PV. There's another slide that kind of outlines that, but essentially at this point, we have worked with contractors to provide budgetary numbers at this point. So now you're seeing what the measures are, what they cost and what they'll save. I would say we're also heavily into the grant application phase portion of the project. And so I'll give a little bit of an update that in the next phase here, but again, 2/3 of the way. The next phase, which will occur between now and December, is when we start to do our competitive bid process to get you guys the best value for all the scope items. So we'll start reaching out to any local contractors that are qualified to do the work up here. Again, because we'll be able to provide the best cost for these scope of measures. We do our guaranteed energy calculations at that time as well. We'll do what we call a measurement and verification workshop. M&V is how we demonstrate to the town that we are achieving the energy savings that we say we are. And so that is required by the state of Colorado to do the performance contract. We have to do that for 3 years. In the event that our measurement verification team says if we don't hit our energy savings, then we will go find scope at our own cost to achieve those energy savings. We want to make sure that you guys are whole, because those savings are essentially what provides the backing for any type of a financed, portion of the project. So And if we can't find another way to achieve those savings, we will write you a check for the difference. It's kind of the way that works. Any questions kind of on the process here? I'm gonna try to stay as close to our 30-minute time slot. Hopefully finish a little bit early to keep you guys back on schedule. But please jump in. Next slide, please. So during the audit, for the facilities included in the audit, they spend about a little over $100,000 in gas and electric each year. It's about 60% electric, 40% natural gas. So our projects identified just about, let's go back and we'll show you today, about $23,000 worth of savings. So if we had a 15-year finance term, then just the energy savings alone would generate enough savings to fund $354,000 worth of scope. If we had a 20-year term, it would fund $472,000 worth of scope. So but the big part here, which is I think the most exciting part of the project, there's a lot of good grants available right now. The state and even the country is really trying to incentivize renewable and electrified measures. So this is a list of all the applicable funding sources involved in this project. So we recently completed an application for the DOLA Energy and Mineral Impact Grant. That's $1 million. We'll find out if we get that probably in November. We do some presentations up in Holyoke towards the end of October, and we'll be there to help the town present. Assuming we get invited to, which I have every indication that we should be. The Public Building Electrification Grant. This is actually a grant that you guys were previously awarded on Slopeside Hall, but were unable to utilize due to timing. But the Colorado Energy Office is actually letting us repurpose that grant for this project. So we already have $500,000 to go towards this project, which is pretty awesome. And it also means you don't have to compete for it. It's been a really competitive grant. We're happy we don't have to do that on this one. The Geothermal Energy Grant is another one through the Colorado Energy Office. It's just a certain dollar per ton of installed equipment. So the application window for that one opens up here in September. They don't have announced the exact date, but they said they've been targeting September of this year. Charter Hill Head, Colorado, there is a DC fast charge EV charger that's currently in our project scope here at the town hall facilities. There's a $30,000 grant applicable to that, which will also be going after this September. We're currently modeling town capital. I would say that's, something that could be fluid based on how all the grants go. But then the other part is part of the Inflation Reduction Act, the investment tax credit. This is a non-competitive, it's essentially, it's kind of like a rebate that you get from the federal government. It's designed to help public entities that are not taxable to still be incentivized to do renewable energy measures and electrified measures. So it's basically, in our case, about 25% off the first cost of the ground source heat pump system and the solar PV arrays we have in the project. So that adds up to about $541,000. So really, when we get to the kind of overall project scope, just the grants alone, absent any town capital financing, the grants plus the Inflation Reduction Act payment covers almost 76% of the project scope. So it's a big nugget for this size project, and we love finding free money. So New Kitchener's got a good track record with helping people get it, and we hope we have good success with you guys as well. Leslie, anything else you want to kind of feel like?
I think that's good for now. We have the chart.
Okay.
I did just want to add one thing here. So you'll see on the consent agenda is the approval for that DOLA EIAF grant. We did already apply for that, but of course, if you do not support that, I will go ahead and pull that application right back. So
Is that getting a grant for $1 million to save $472,000 over the course of 20 years? Okay, that's, I assume you have an answer coming for that.
yes, we have
I
a
just-
chart with some level pretty
This doesn't make sense to me. Our savings is $472 and you're doing all that grant work to do that.
I'll give you an overall project scope here on the next slide. I think should make a bit more sense.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood your question. You're saying, are we applying for all this grant funding to save?
I'm understanding this, that this whole study and all of the list of everything is so that we can save $472,000 in energy costs over 20 years, which is $23,000 a year. Is there a greater savings that
I think the big thing is it's creating the facilities. It's using the energy savings to help finance a portion of that. and using the grants to really buy down what you're getting. So really the overall suite of measures is about $2.8 million.
That's the cost, right?
That's the cost. And so the grants offset about
Wait. That's the cost.
Correct.
How much do we save by spending 2.8 million? Forget about where the money comes from.
Yeah, annually, about $23,000. Over a 20-year period would be about $472,000.
So if we spend $2.8 million now, over 20 years, we can save $472,000.
That's correct.
In energy savings, but the facilities are going to need to be upgraded regardless, is that right?
We're going to
So-
meet our goals,
I'm sorry?
if we're going to meet our goals.
We are, you also need to take into account energy goals if the town is prioritizing in our strategic plan that we reduce greenhouse gases, and these improvements would help to reach that.
I would also reword that as the town is going to pay, once all of the grants and inflation deduction, the net amount that's left over at the end is about $470,000. That's, which is funded through energy savings. So you're really.
See, I guess I'm not willing to say it doesn't matter to us because somebody else is spending it. Does it make sense to spend $2.8 million to save $23,000 a year, which is a return of less than 1% per year?
But that money is out there to spend on things like this. It's not like that money, they're gonna say, oh, you don't want it, we're gonna build it.
To me, it's given to a town who really has energy issues that can cause a repayment that can impact our climate problem in greater ways than this.
Yeah, and you know, taking the finance out of the piece, the other goals are, you know, you do have things you're trying to accomplish as part of your energy and climate action plans, right? So this is adding to your renewable energy portfolio, which is one of your goals, is to increase them. It is also electrifying your facilities, which is getting you off fossil fuels, specifically at the Day Lodge. It is replacing any older non-LED lighting. It's reducing the overall energy of facilities through, you know, building envelope and things like that. So there's some other, we'll say, non-financial benefits that go along with this, but really it was, you know, I think one of the main reasons that Hillary reached out to us and to this process is to make progress towards your sustainability goals. The town set forth.
And we're not spending $2 million of our own money for this. That's the whole point.
I understand that. Like I said,
You know, give it to
I think it's our
somebody.
responsibility as government officials to protect the government dollar. Just because it's some other government that's giving it to us, I
would say.
I would love to see, and I appreciate the level of work that went in to come to this, but I'd love to really see what are the benefits, and the only benefit is $23,000 a year in energy savings. I'm not understanding the motivation to go through the process of spending $2.8 million. If there are other benefits, let's put them on the table.
Mentioned a few of them, but maybe we can go through some of the next slides and it'll clarify things a little bit.
Please.
But I do think we have to expand our thinking outside of the benefits being solely monetary.
It's not.
And I'd love to hear that. That's, because the only thing that's been presented is monetary.
And I'll also just add, like, the public building electrification grant, the geothermal grant, the Charge Air Colorado grant, inflation deck, those are all funding sources that are geared specifically towards the measures we're implementing. They're designed to encourage that. So I totally get your point about not wanting to take from other governments the same with certain amount, but that's really why these grants are out there, is to encourage them to have a look at the building. Next slide. So this is a real art chart. I believe Hillary sent out some packets with this table in it. I would say, I won't be able to read each one of these here, but one, look at it in letter size paper because it's very small. This outlines exactly what we're doing in each building. So down the left-hand column, there is the specific energy conservation measure. Across the top are the buildings in the project, and basically where you see a blue box with the next edit, that means that you're doing that scope item in that particular building here. So that's kind of this, when we show you the overall project cost, this identifies exactly what's going on in the project.
And these are all the buildings that you have in.
Correct. Yep. And so I can try to read down the list here if you'd like. It's a little small, but I would say there's the LED lighting, interior and exterior, where first of all, the town's done a great job already. You guys have already converted most of your lights to LEDs. You've got good high efficiency boilers in a lot of your facilities. So you made our job pretty hard here to come up even with just $23,000 worth of savings on it. But where you don't have LEDs, we're including those. We've got the building envelope where we're doing air sealing by stripping, adding insulation, some vapor areas, some attic sealing in a few areas. We have the ground source heat pump system at the Day Lodge. We have 3 solar PV arrays totaling 98 kW at the Day Lodge, the Nordic Lodge, and the PRA maintenance building.
You're going good with what the scope is here on that chart, just
Yeah.
to save you the.
No, I appreciate that. It's out there. I just wanted to briefly kind of cover what's on there and I can't read it.
I think, how about, are we gonna do some of this work anyway?
I think it's important to point out one of the things that's included in there is a fast charger. And so that would allow us to have more EV vehicles in your town.
One quick question, who's actually performing all the work here? Is this your company performing? it
Yes.
all? So your own staff, your own technicians?
Yeah, so the way McKinstry is set up is we subcontract out the actual work, so the electrical trades, mechanical trades, lighting trades, we will hire subcontractors to do that, we pre-qualify them, but the development of the audit, the design engineering, the commissioning, construction management, we'll have an on-site site superintendent up here at all time. Goals to kind of minimize any burden on the city staff to implement this thing, but yeah, we're kind of acting as the designer, the auditor, the general contractor, and then commissioning agent and then B. So
And your subcontractors, are they moving along with you on these projects from town to town, or do you actually try to utilize contractors that are local, combination?
The latter, they do not move around. So our McKinstry is based out of Golden. We have about 150 people down in Golden, Colorado. We try to utilize the local contracting base as much as possible, provided that they meet our pre-qualification, which has to do with, safety, work experience references. So as long as you have good qualified labor up here, then we competitively bid it out. We can provide open book estimates. You guys don't necessarily have to pick the lowest estimate, but we'll at least get you multiple ones that you guys can utilize on this project. But we're gonna try to use as much as we can here in the area.
So back to my original question, is are we gonna do some of this work anyway?
I mean, we could do this, we could pull things out and do them separately, we could keep them in this. This is, I mean, keeping them all together allows us to apply for more grants to cover the whole thing. And then once we get to the financing part, we can talk more about that.
Right, and my point is, if we're gonna do it anyway, why wouldn't we use grant money?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry, did not understand your question. Yes.
You're trying to reach a goal.
Thanks.
Get to the next slide there. So I kind of just briefly touched on this, the cost will appear in the next slide there. Again, we're not at full guaranteed level cost yet. We've utilized contractors to develop these budgets at this point. Next phase will be the competitive bidding, but they're full turnkey. So they include the audit, design engineering, permitting, performance bonds, subcontracts, pre-construction services, construction management, construction closeout services, commissioning, measurement, verification, warranty management costs. Everything we need to implement the scope and guarantee that we're achieving the savings according to the state of Colorado guidelines here. And saving won't quite at guarantee level yet. We do some data logging maybe for utility accounts, but that's gonna happen between now and December. Next slide, please. So this is project scope right here. And as you can see, it's the lighting, building envelope, the charger, solar, smart heat trace controllers, Day Lodge ground source heat pump system, controls upgrades, energy star refrigerators, power ed occupant engagement. That's kind of a McKinstry's program to work with building occupants to help teach them what things they can do to help save energy in the facilities. We also use that to help do marketing and PR for the project as well. So we have the base cost and turnkey ECM cost, which adds up to $2.896 million. We're anticipating about $19,500 of rebates from utility company. Net cost is basically just the ECM cost minus the rebates. Then down below, you can see where we start subtracting off the grant. So we're at $2.876 million to start with. $1 million DOLA grant, $120,000 from the geothermal, electrification grants, $500,000, EV charger, and the Inflation Reduction Act. Like I said, if you sum up all those, that knocks off about $2.2 million right there.
What is town capital?
The town capital is a number that we built in this model to, it would be a upfront capital contribution from the town.
That's our portion.
Yep.
So we previously had in the 2024 budget approximately this amount, although it's taken a while to get to, we are proposing it again in the 2025 budget, net $250,000.
And about $250,000 over 20 years would save us $475,000 or so.
As long as the other people kick in. Well, there's financing.
Thank you. So the very last step there, you can see that there's a net profit of about $435,000. So once we subtract off all the grants, rebates, Inflation Reduction Act, town capital, that leaves us with 435, and that is the piece that is funded via the financing that is offset by the energy savings the project generates.
So town's putting up 685,000.
Correct, yes. So you would have the financing component
Or
plus the
cash.
upfront or cash, correct? And then that net difference of, yeah, whatever's left after town capital, if you don't put in any, then it's 600,000. We've modeled 250 upfront because that keeps our simple payback under 20 years at this point for this discussion. But this is fluid. This is kind of what we're working with Leslie right now. We will eventually go out to a financing RFP and start locking in interest rates, things like, or identifying interest rates, things like that.
Sorry. How much you guys making on this?
How much are we making? So we just close all our fees and markups through the investment grade audit. They're all holding there, so. So it's essentially we have 10% profit. So in terms of, I guess, non-financial benefits. Project benefits, improved lighting at the water treatment plant, increased both for us in there. Improved lighting at the PRE minutes, those haven't been done yet. Replacing of the lighting in the tubing hell, one of your questions was what else is the town already planning on doing? The Adventure Park has already been trying to get funding to replace the tubing hill lights, so those are included in this project. Increased renewable energy portfolio, again, that's kind of part of your goals of adding, your action plan, increasing the amount of renewable energy you have. Electrification of the day lodge, that's eliminating fossil fuel use up there. Through a ground source heat pump system and electric domestic hot water heater. And then, yeah, like we mentioned before, capitalizing on available grants, rebates, tax incentives, improved comfort and remote monitoring. We have controls upgrades going in a number of these buildings to help maintenance staff be able to see what's going on there remotely, so he doesn't have to make a trip up there to see what's going on. And then lastly, you have turnkey design and installation with McKinstry staff to reduce the burden on you guys.
I got a quick question on the electrified, the day lodge, the ground source heat pump, that's geothermal, okay. And it's just doing that one building because the new slope side is more electric?
Yeah.
Solar?
We think that one was because it's kind of, the Adventure Park, the hyper park, right? You have tons of visitors there annually. With the solar, we can basically fully get it off of natural gas at that point. So, and just the way the system's set up, it's a relatively easy conversion to generating hot water through a heat pump as opposed to using a natural gas boiler.
Yeah, I just wonder why, wouldn't both of those buildings be good on that though? When you're digging in, you're doing the pumps and all that, you're already in the ground, wouldn't it be better to do both of those buildings at the same time with that or something, or it just,
I can
yeah,
answer that real quick.
thanks.
So slope side was actually not included in this because it was,
Wasn't it?
it was already designed to be its own net zero building.
Okay,
So it does have air source
okay.
heat pumps on that instead of net source.
Okay.
That's why it's not included.
We were really trying to maximize all the grants and incentives on this.
Mhm.
Anything is possible, it's just there would be additional probably funding from the town required.
Yeah. I just been looking at geothermal and most of them they're trying to do like mounds and subdivisions and, all the government buildings that are close, cause you.
Cost effective to do.
So I just wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
District geothermal is slightly different and another conversation for another day.
Yeah.
Yes, you're on the right track, absolutely.
Yep. So my wife tells me, good, so everybody's excited.
And then this is just timeline. I won't touch on this one too much, but we've talked around kind of the next steps. So we're gonna look to get towards guarantee level savings by December. We'll do if everything looks good to the town at that point. We'll do the financing RFP. Present to city council hopefully back in January of next year, and with an idea, a goal of getting it executed, construction contract executed by February, so we can start implementing in summer of next year.
I do want to highlight there, I mean, those are a lot of grants for us to apply for, so, you know, there could be some adjustments after we find out about the awards, although as we're applying for grants, we are describing the type of work that we're going to do. So, you know, just taking that into account, but none of this is finalized, and so as far as the amount that will actually be financed, that number may change, and also based upon when we come back to all of you, to discuss the actual contracting as well as the RFP for financing. So there are certainly more touch points in future discussions to be had.
Why is it a foregone conclusion that we're going to discuss?
It's not, that certainly would be up to you when we would come to propose, doing an RFP for financing. But we may have to cut something out of our current proposed capital plan in order, we didn't finance it, so.
Or we could finance anything else in our capital plan. Like, you know, I have a problem with a lot of things, but in this case, it's why are we financing this? Instead of either paying for cash, not doing it, we're not doing something else, we're financing something else and paying, but that's a council discussion. Of, it's somewhere along the line, this became we're gonna finance this. And that's now being laid on our table.
We're
as if
certainly not
it's-
assuming or having made the decision for you, it's just what we're
It's
proposing.
being-
And it is in energy performance contracting, something that's often done, so it's not a new concept, but we're certainly not making the decision for you.
Okay, I've been subject to 6 other opinions, that's a stop point. Are we financing it is a question
Yes.
that I don't think is a foregone conclusion.
Correct. Again, we are at just a little bit past the 50% phase. This is preliminary. We were the scenario we picked out here was really to try to minimize any out-of-pocket capital for the town. That was kind of the main goal here. But you can certainly do it, you know, however you want it. If you wanted to basically pay the whole cash for the 600, that's so fine. That doesn't matter.
I think also part of that maybe what kind of led you down the road, which is not saying what we have to do, is that in the green industries, as you get paid back over time, they're trying to finance these things. So it's minimal impact. And that's just, you know, as Bright Solar is walking around and trying to get you to put solar on your house, it's about financing it, and that's just part of you know, that plan of how to get paid back over time. Instead of giving you know, we can absolutely decide what we want to fund and how we want to fund it. You know, but this is being presented to us this way. You know, we can.
Okay, that's what I'm saying,
make
I just wanted to
those-
make sure there's a stop point.
Yeah,
It's written in the report, you're saying we're gonna go out for an RFP to finance this. I thought that's kind of our job, is to establish what goes out for an RFP to finance things.
And we would want to come back to you with that information once we know what the grant awards look like, because that's what we would.
Well, and there's another piece, which is through our annual budgeting. You're gonna see a $250,000 line item within the capital plan that is derived from this number. At that time, you can also talk about, because that assumes financing.
Mhm.
You can talk about it at that point.
We can offer nothing more than 70,000 of this list of stuff. We can say, oh, it'd be great, we got all this free stuff done. But we're not gonna do the 400 and some odd thousand additional work, because that money didn't come in.
Although it might, yes, but it may not be apples to apples because of how that would affect grant awards, but.
Just as a side point on the issue of financing. Financing in this context has special statutory provisions that essentially provide a way for the town to enter into what would otherwise be considered a multiple fiscal year financial obligation under TABOR that needs to be voted. And instead, under this statutory seeing certain findings, the town can engage in a financing that, because financings, as you know, are not, also now, we can't finance anything we want just because we want, because of table. So there's a statutory avenue, which may be one of the reasons that is driving this, and what the statute says essentially is, it's not bad if you can reasonably find that engaging in this obligation will actually save you money instead of oblige you later, right? So that's part of the reason for the number showing, here's what we'll save, here's what it'll cost you. Eventually, if you're gonna finance this, you've got to be able to make those certain findings and avoid that. But that's a long way of saying there are technical legal reasons that you might consider financing here, as opposed to other situations.
So we started 15 minutes late, we're 13 minutes into this. 30 or 27 minutes into this, so we got a few minutes left.
This was my last slide, so, and I'll just say, forgive me if I presented this as all being too concrete. This is really the town's project, we're gonna work with the town to identify the scope, to refine that scope, to find the costs and savings. How it's financed, not financed, paid for, exactly what's in it, that's really up to you guys. We're gonna work together, Hillary and Leslie and Addison, as far as their guidance goes.
And just a caveat too, we're not involved in financing, that's separated, right? We can provide material and scopes of work for a financing company to, the energy office assists the town with that. So when we're saying put out a fine, that's not us. It's just a tool that a lot of our customers and clients use, but it's not something that everybody has to. It's just, we're here to help as needed.
And certainly the purpose in providing this presentation is an update, but is also a request for that. But we can also discuss that further council budget meetings and the budget work session.
Pardon the sidebar. So we're clear, right? Did you guys get direction, or are we still waiting for that final?
Well, we do, I think if there's any discussion about the grant application, we should discuss.
Because that's on your consent agenda today.
Right.
We don't want those.
Anyone have a concern about the DOLA grant?
Yeah, no, I do what I'm standing.
Yeah.
But just so you know, the energy savings over time can serve as the match for DOLA, as can the other grants. So, with other projects we've developed, it's not like you have to surround your budget. You can literally use these other grants for energy savings as the match to the DOLA grants.
And so that I'm clear as the manager, you're saying go ahead and apply for the grant. That means we're moving forward to the next step of it.
Yes.
I'll also say that we come back in December and you guys aren't happy with the project, you're under no obligation to utilize these grants. They just let them get released back into the funding pool. So there's really no risk. We've done our best to kind of minimize any burden on Leslie and Hillary with respect to writing the grants. And they've already been completed.
So my position is clear. I just want to make sure when you come back in December, if you want to address it to me, it's make the value. If the only value we've been presented is $23,000 a year, to spend that kind of government money doesn't make sense. If there's additional value in spending that money, I'm 1,000% for it.
I think how much greenhouse gases are we offsetting? You're right.
But that's all we've been presented. I don't
No,
Environmental
the environmental
sustainability.
impact is.
which matters even more.
Andrew has a good point that we are only talking money, and oftentimes we can all just throw environmental impact as just a catchword and push something. So I kind of agree that it'd be nice to know a little more detail, a little more data on what is that environment.
100%. We're happy to do that. It's part of the whole report. We'll provide the investment grade audit before you guys agree further with it, but it'll outline all those benefits, but the non-money benefits associated with this project. So there are a lot, and that's part of the reason they reached out to us to begin.
Yeah,
Yes,
that'd be great to know.
Point taken, understood. We'll make sure we follow through to the program.
Well, and the one thing is, it's just 20
No,
years. We're gonna be dead by that time. 20 years. You're gonna pay more money after the 20 years, it's not, it stopped at 20 years.
Yeah.
It's still saving money
Repair.
any of the years.
Okay with you. I get what Andrew is saying.
Yeah.
I get what he's saying.
And the trick is, we aren't saving any. Because the 23,000 is the basis of the financing, so the whole conversation is, okay, we're saving 23,000, but we're gonna finance, it, so that money goes away. We never see the 23,000, that goes to the bank.
The first.
For the first however long, so. Yes,
I think Hillary wanted to point out on this slide where it does have the annual CO2.
Where's that?
173,000 annual metric tons for a product this size.
And that's just one particular, one line item of what that's saving environmental.
and I don't know what that means.
Right, so every one of those line items has that.
Like equated in terms of how about vehicles off the road, trees, planted, things like that. We have 10% of that.
That's a bus project, gotcha.
Great.
Thanks, Scott.
Yeah, great question, guys. We really do appreciate it. Post it out. So, yeah, but appreciate it.
Yes.
We're excited to a joint work session with the planning commission. We'll just get your room set up and get going.
Yeah.
Grab dinner, gang.
And then you do it. Oh, I love it.
So.
If you're at the top. You're at the table.
Yeah.
Fact, if you're at the table.
It's.
That's you. Good spot. Yeah, check and see. I'm supposed to go. Yeah, we're recording too. Okay, sounds good. Good job, Kate. Thanks. That was really good. No, not. I feel it. You don't. There is.
Both sides.
This.
Yes. This work session. And I was looking at them, like, if you don't have a standard. So.
To get anything done, you're gonna have to pick like one or two things.
Yeah, we got the heads up.
I think you're.
And you probably should not really.
Little boxes going through
Are you gonna make
Yes, go to. Did that. And then on your double clap. And then see them first, the 3 dots. Like that, you find included meeting components. Yeah, that like. You can like.
Yeah, then.
Only because they did nice. Yeah.
And.
Yes. So.
I got here. Stay on here. But all to the infrastructure. That's the way we do that. That's right. Yeah. Whoa.
Well, so, we're looking at 3.
Good, like, angle, cause.
And so. It's work.
Some kind of close.
Yeah, like.
Yes.
I know you're not thinking about it. It's your time, so maybe.
Using sounds.
Yeah. Fine. Yes, you know what? Well, see, you're my big piece. Yeah. Your name.
So again, thanks for gathering and all piling around the table. With that, we don't get together enough, so a quick round of instructions will.
Town Fisher, Town Manager. Manager No, Town Attorney.
Planning Commission?
Kitty.
Andy Hall, council member.
You someone go, council member?
Just for site.
Planning Commissioner?
Entertain, Plan Commission.
Katie Kent, community development.
Chris Valdez, community development.
Brian Allen, council member.
Andy Aronson, council member.
Unit State Planning Commission?
Andy Stabile, planning commission.
Rick Incan, Mayor. With that, we're gonna move into our third topic, make sure I get it right. Comp plan and housing strategic plan joint session, with planning commission and Dr. Katie.
Yes, and so recognizing we had planned a little too much since we're behind schedule right now. So the way that we're gonna do this is Chris and I are going to start with a very brief overview and update for the comprehensive plan. Our intent of this joint work session with this item right now is really to, Chris will provide you a very brief update in a few key points, just to kind of have you thinking about and kind of get your interest a little bit of the importance that has came in from the community input so far. And then Chris is also going to share with you our upcoming big important days of community input and how we're looking for help getting the word out, things like that. With that said, the end result of this comprehensive part of this work session is understand we're still moving forward. We've gotten the turnover. Emily Weber had been in charge of it. Chris has been taking over learning the community and the comprehensive plan, learning the consultants and what they're doing, viewing everything, and making sure you are aware there were a lot of documents out there. They were in your packet. I know you probably didn't have time to read all of them. One key thing, take away from this that you'll get from Chris is to read those so you're in the loop. And it doesn't have to be right now, and then outreach to Chris with questions or consultants. Also, the planning commission had a really great in-depth meeting that Chris will tell you about at our last planning commission meeting. I would encourage any of you council members who are very interested to watch the recording of that planning commission meeting. You can find it the same way you find council meetings, or let us know if you need the link on the website, because we don't want to waste everybody's time. We actually have a really good consultant presentation already. So I'm about to turn it over to Chris for the comprehensive plan, but just to let you know, this primary part of this work session that we have to end at by 7 for the regular meeting, we'll be having James and our consultant team on our housing strategic plan provide you a more in-depth update and having discussion and questions also. And last key point is that we had a great comment at the planning commission meeting that we keep dumping info into your brains, and we're not actually giving you a chance to discuss anything at these joint work sessions. And it was a really great point, and we tried to look at how can we bring in more discussion, more questions, so we need the two of your groups while you're together also being able to actually have an open dialogue. Because the meeting overall tonight is so large and you're getting so much information starting at 4 o'clock till whatever time, we're just probably gonna have you give us comments that you think are worth having discussed, and we're gonna have another discussion that we really have a discussion item, because we do think, we realize it was a great point. We are dumping information at you, and we're doing it, you're getting it at the same time, but you're not to discuss. So we will keep these coming with joint work sessions. The next one will probably be not as much brain dump, and really just let's get you as while you're all together to have a discussion and to interact a little bit. So, but we're trying to bring that in tonight to the rest. With that, I will stop talking. Pass the Chris. Now we're having to.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go really quickly. I'm gonna go really quickly through this slide presentation. Once again, I'm Chris Valdez. I'm a relatively new principal planner to the town. However, I do have about 25 years experience as a planner elsewhere. But we have a deep consultant team for this project. We have design workshop, tool design, and the environmental manager, environmental spirit, yes, spirit environmental. And okay. So as a recipient of the Department of Local Affairs grant, first and foremost, it's important to meet state requirements. Second, we want to ensure that we have realistic goals that can be tracked. Third, it's important that this plan be informed by the community's desires and values, so it's supported and it can serve its role as a guiding document when we're making land use decisions.
So we're reminding you, these are all requirements of what we're gonna get out of this plan.
So first of all, how did we get there? We kicked off this process in March. And we're gonna share more about the work we've done to date in the following slides, but we're headed and where we're headed towards in the coming months. We anticipate adoption meetings in January of 2025. And then we're really deeply into public participation. So community engagement is interwoven throughout the process to guide and inform the technical content produced as part of the document. We are also utilizing multiple ways to connect with the community by integrating the feedback throughout the process. We ensure this plan is going to be driven by the community and that the final plan reflects their thoughts and ideas. So what we've heard thus far from the focus groups is that the discussion highlighted the connection between housing, transportation, and employment opportunities. In short, due to the expensive housing in Frisco, many workers commute to the area, emphasizing the necessity to enhance transit support for Frisco's working community. Consequently, there exists an interdependence between Frisco and other Summit County towns, with housing located in Silverthorne and Dillon and job opportunities in Copper and Breckenridge. What we also heard was that people in Frisco love living here because of the easy outdoor access. It's important to protect those natural resources like water and to have plans in place for dealing with potential hazards and the impact of recreational activities. Access to the outdoors is also important for the local culture, including community events and multimodal transit options like sidewalks and trails. And then there were 4 separate memorandums that are covered different aspects of the town to provide an understanding of the current conditions. This information will be combined with community feedback to establish the town's values and will be used to shape potential goals and strategies for the comprehensive plan. The information has been included in your packets in case you would like to review it again. We'd like to take a moment to share some of the high-level findings from the community engagement earlier this summer. You should have a full report of the community engagement summary report in your packets. So our team worked on a series of in-person events early this summer. These events marked the launch of the community survey, which received over 540 responses. We organized pop-up events on Main Street and Rock the Dock. After these events, we distributed flyers and business cards around town containing project information and a QR code linking to the website and online survey. The survey and all the engagement materials were available in both English and Spanish. So that brought us into the vision and values questions. The hopes of the Frisco community for the future align closely with their concerns. Affordability and the cost of living have been identified as top priorities for the future of Frisco. Additionally, there is optimism that the comprehensive plan will tackle the impacts of future growth and development while also prioritizing environmental protection. During the survey and the pop-up events, we asked the community to describe what they love about Frisco using just one word. Many of the responses reflect a sense of community, a small town atmosphere, and scenic beauty. We also asked what small town means, and the general consensus is that it's a feeling of togetherness and knowing one another. We also posed several survey questions focused on the elements typically addressed in a comprehensive plan. The responses regarding growth and housing revealed a conflict between the need for more housing and the desire to protect the environment and preserve historical and cultural assets, which may be at risk with further development. Balancing this conflict will be a crucial aspect of the scenario planning process, which will be done later this year. Increased connectivity with a focus on walking and biking was a clear priority of the community, including safe road crossings, trail safety, and increased network connections. Next, wildfire and forest management are top priorities for environmental resilience. The community also expressed interest in programs to reduce water use and increase waste diversion. And these are some of the community values that came out as part of the process. I'm going to let you read those on the green, they're a little small. But the first one is balancing growth and development, focus, really kind of key points are focusing on preserving the environment and historic cultural assets. Limit growth and prioritize infill development while protecting natural areas. Housing diversity, enhance affordability for workforce and family housing. Support the development of ADUs or accessory dwelling units, live work units, missing middle housing, higher density multifamily and senior housing. Economic diversity, expand services, particularly in childcare and daily needs. Community and social needs, preserve Briscoe's unique small town character. Promote year-round employment and avoid similarities with other mountain communities. Multimodal transportation, improve bike lanes and trails for better connectivity, safety and comfort. Enhance regional and local transit options, trails and recreational assets. So develop new trails and greenway connections and maintain or upgrade existing parks. Invest in community amenities like recreation centers, ice rinks, and communal spaces. And preservation of the natural environment, focus on forest management, wildfire mitigation, habitat preservation, and protection of water bodies. And with that, yep, we do have upcoming community engagement opportunities. We'd like everybody to save the date. They are gonna take place on September 26th. So please mark your calendar for that event. Although this presentation is brief, you can find detailed information in the packet, which we encourage you to read. We are also eager to hear your thoughts and have a discussion. So please feel free to reach out to me. Furthermore, we will have a thorough discussion with the planning commission and town council at a later date because this topic is extremely important and we want everyone to be fully informed to provide input.
So we try to give you some teasers to want to go read the info in the packet because you want to see more about what the community said and what is the council and planning commission you think they're really on track and you agree with, and you're keeping that in mind as we keep coming to you with the draft plan over the next few months and the scenario planning. We're also, the next public input is digging into specific questions. And so do you see more density here? Do you see more density here? What if we did this here? This is how it would affect it. Trying to find scenarios and getting input and feedback on those specific examples of things that could, based on the community input, staff input, and things like that.
Katie and Chris, is this the topic that the planning commission has already had a
Yes.
deep dive into?
Correct.
Just a couple minutes, planning commissioners, is there something that you want the council to concentrate on, or that you noticed that you, or that surprised you, or anything like that, as you heard that presentation?
That's 2 weeks ago.
I feel like we talked about, you know, a lot of the comments made sense and all rang true. And what we kind of wanted to know was, what now? You know, like, how do we take that information that we got, all these community outreaches and these comments that we were able to gather, how do we turn that into action? And you know, how do we get to that step? And you know, who focuses that? How does that get focused into actual getting implemented in some form or another? I feel like that wasn't all we talked about, but that was something that kind of stuck with me a little bit. How, yes, this all makes sense. Yes, we want small. What does that mean? The next step.
And I actually have my note here from the meeting, so if I may. What you said is you want to see something about Main Street is the heart of the community, and really you want to see something regarding the character of Main Street. We want to see something on climate action within the comprehensive plan. We want to have a different term than multimodal connectivity, which we already changed. And then the final point, which leads us into the next discussion, is that we need to talk about the housing as part of the strategic housing plan.
And a lot of discussion you'll see if you listen to the presentation. We dug at the planning commission a lot about, here's what we're starting to look at is values and vision. And so as a reminder to the planning commissioners, we kind of focused in on some key terms and sentences that we could be bringing in to the comprehensive plan. And we got some good feedback and edits as far as this is too wishy-washy, this isn't the direction. This doesn't make sense in a couple.
But as,
The one on,
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna add, like, on the housing part of it, the one I remember was in the comp plan, there was direction around, oh, we all wanna see diversity of housing moving forward, and it's like, okay, but we have diversity in housing, in our housing stuff. We have single family, we have duplexes, townhomes, condos, and so what is it that we're really saying? From a housing perspective and goal? That's just one.
Well, Andy, your comment, I appreciate as the manager that you're thinking forward to how do we action this in the future, because we don't want this to be a wasted effort. We want this to drive work and drive getting towards our vision within the strategic plan, right?
Tricky stuff, right?
Right.
Consolidating all these comments, like in the report that came out, there's every comment that was made on the post-it note.
Yeah.
And you're just scrolling. Yeah.
I don't know if you read them.
But yeah, just how do you turn that into action? I think that's, you know, would love to know that.
I think Katie mentioned that that's like one of the focus areas, so I think it's on my end, and I think that's something we go to this next phase that we should all be paying attention to. Like, I think we all agree with the comments today, but this is really where the rubber hits the road.
Especially the scenario planning upcoming and things like that. And the good thing is Chris, who I know a lot of you don't know yet, actually a lot of her prior job history is writing comprehensive plans for mountain communities. So it's kind of good because she knows what we need in there, and she also is looking at it from our standpoint of what are we gonna actually implement also, which is it always make it a little hard because she criticizes what you whatever it is. In a good way.
In a good way.
Yeah, so with that, the housing, we expect a lot more conversation from you tonight, and because we have our consultants in person today, we want to make sure we focus on that. So we'll pass it over to James and everybody with that. Okay.
Evening, guys. Good evening. Council members, commissioners, thanks for your respective efforts to join us this evening. We have a pretty good presentation for you guys. We've been working really hard over the last 6 to 8 months now. And I'll go through the introduction, but I just wanted to thank you for sticking with us through this effort. The last time we met with you guys was on my birthday. I turned 47 with you on May 14th. So that was the last time we met with you. We've done a lot of stuff since then. We promised some modeling and we presented some anecdotal information, right? And you guys really wanted to get to the meat, right? At that time, we were ready to get to the meat at that time, right? And so that's important. You're kind of in the same process with the comp plan. You want to get to that meat and how do you create action? And so I think there's some important next piece in that. So I'll let James speak to that.
Yeah, so thank you everybody for being here, of course. This is our second work session with the council and the planning commission together. We have had 3 work sessions with our work group team. The third one was today to dive into the first draft of the plan. So Ethan and his team have worked diligently on this. I think you'll like what you see, but we're not there yet. There's still a lot of work to still be done. So Ethan and his team have created a response mechanism for you guys to look at the plan, comment as you see fit, and they'll dive into that and let you know how to do that. So Ethan, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm Ethan Mobley. I'm the owner of Dynamic Planning Plus Science. You hired our team plus the sub-consultants, Jeff over here.
Jeff Mata with Triple Point Strategic Consulting, economist.
Then we got Sarah. I want to recognize all the folks who've been working hard.
Sarah McClain with Western Spaces. I'm a resident in Summit County, served on the Mile Planning Commission, and I've also been doing housing for over 20 years. primarily housing.
And I'm Rainey Ott, I'm a community planner with Dynamic. I work with.
And so we do a lot of different types of studies, and I really like that data side. I get into it. But then a lot of the plans that you see out there, the housing needs assessments are so data centric. You're getting through the data and you're like, what? How do we implement this, right? How do we implement all the housing need? And that's what we're seeing across the nation. We end up with a need, and then the plan ends. It doesn't tell you how much money it takes, what the impacts are to the water. And so we've been working on that to tell you how much money it's going to take to build these units, revalidate the need. And so we're going to leave you with some things to think about today as we go through this PowerPoint presentation. But at the end of the day, what we want you to do is comment on the plan that's out there. We have I would call it a screen check plan to make sure we can get some direction from you guys over the next couple weeks before we start turning the plan into a final draft for the public. So the important piece is I'm going to guide you to a website today. You can go to, again, Rainey?
BriscoeHousingPlan.com.
BriscoeHousingPlan.com. It's in your packet. You can click on it digitally. But the password to there's a stakeholder resources section of the website. And the password is Briscoe, capital F, 2024. It's kind of hard to remember, guys. So what we're going to talk about is, I don't think we need to go through much more introduction, right? Everybody knows each other at the table, whether you like it or not. There's a project timeline that I'd like to go through, the draft plan review. I'm just going to go through what's in the sections, the housing units needed. We did revalidate the study that was done by Root Policy. There was a study that came out last year, right? The housing needs assessment. We revalidated that. And then we have some good news for you today regarding that. You can fit the need into the current properties that you have within the town boundaries. We don't need to expand. We don't need to bump up densities. We can fit the housing in the sites that we've selected as part of the inventory. So I'll go through that.
We just need to acquire them.
Yes, you do. Well, I'll get through that. You got to acquire some of them, right? And so next up, we're going to go into plan development. We've already developed a lot of the plan, but certify the plan with you guys, make sure that it meets your needs. Please be mean to us. I like make some nasty comments. I don't really mind. I have a thick skin. This doesn't match what you illustrated before, but we did a lot of effort. We did a lot of soul searching on this as we went through this process. I think you're going to like it. The plan outline, there's an introduction, of course, a community profile, which kind of matches the housing needs assessment. We go into what's important from the county's some county's housing needs assessment is that we're really concentrating on the workforce in this plan. We're concentrating on meeting the gap in section 4. Section 5, we talk about impacts of housing development, and that's why Jeff's here to my left. He's an economist, but he also provides a really detailed sections on what kind of water consumption is going to occur as a result of building the housing, what kind of impacts are going to happen to greenhouse gas in the area, and then some of the other environmental constraints that we saw that you want to provide nexus to on your comprehensive plan. So, and we also, as part of meeting the gap, we need to understand what is how much is it going to take to build the units that we need. Right now, the number is $188 million. But however, that seems like a big number. That's only 0.0004% of the total housing market across Colorado. So there's a lot of production going on across Colorado, but $188 million is what we need to build approximately 300 and something units. I'll go through that today. Section 8, 9, 10 is part of the strategy. Like I mentioned before, we don't want to be data heavy here, right? We have all this data, and then we get to the end and the programs fizzle out. I talked about this today. It's really important that the housing working group meet again after this plan is put together. Plans are everything, or planning is everything, plan, right? Without the folks that are implementing them. And that's important to understand. That 8, 9, and 10 is the strategic plan based upon all the data and all the data points. Is this the right slide?
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep going.
Yeah, so two components of the housing demand, right? We have catch up and keep up. You're gonna see that across this planning document. Catch up years, 24 to 29. Keep up years, 2030 to 2034. Keep that in mind as we go through this slide illustrations. But what has changed over the last couple months is we thought that we need to bring the planning years out, right? A 10-year planning period rather than a 5-year planning period. As we know that a strategic plan is really hard to implement in 5 years, right? So we need to go 10-year strategy, making sure that we encompass the units needed over a 10-year period to match your comp plan. What catch up and keep up includes, this is important to understand as you read through the plan in section 3 of your plan. What catch up includes is catching up with your rental market vacancy rates. Right now, they're 1%. Your rental market vacancy rates are 1%. We need to get that up to 5%. Make sure that we can bring down the demand on rental housing. Filling vacant jobs, you have a 10% vacancy rate across Frisco and across the county. We want to fill those jobs with local folks, right? Your local workforce. So that's included in catch up. Job growth to 2029, we want to include that. We want to catch up to that job growth, and then retiring employees. So you have retiring employees out there that we need to fill those jobs too, but we want to fill with local workforce, right? So we're concentrating on workforce housing, and then keep up years. We want to include, again, job growth and retiring employees in the future. And so those are the numbers that are inclusive of those catch up and keep up demand for housing. The total unit demand, next slide. Housing needs assessment, looking forward. I think this is the wrong slide deck, actually. Yeah.
It is, I do have this slide. Reference it, or you want me to hold it up?
Yeah, that'd be great.
So the only thing is.
Yeah.
We should connect it, so if anyone's watching remotely.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we made some adjustments this morning after presenting the slides. Anyway, we deleted some of these slides. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. So total housing need at full income level. Keep this in mind. 680 units. I think we made some adjustments to make sure that 680 units is required for all housing, regardless of workforce housing or market demand, low income housing, et cetera. This is all housing units that's needed across the board.
For 10 years or?
For 10 years. Pipeline and market rate. The market's taking care, and the pipeline is taking care of 351 of those units over a 10-year period. The workforce gap, the workforce housing units needed is 329 over a 10-year period. Okay, we need 329 units of workforce housing over a 10-year period. Current and possible housing programs can buy down those units. So your buy down program and your ADUs reduce that need by 70 units per year. I'm sorry, 70 units over a 10-year period. The remaining gap is 259 units needed over a 10-year period. Let's do some math, right?
Can I have a question? Does that take into consideration the units that are already in the plans to be built? Or will
Yes.
those units lower that number?
So that includes pipeline units coming online, right? So we either, that's a good question we had this morning. So here's the slide. That I was referencing earlier today. So the pipeline and market rate subtracts from the 680. So it's an important question that came up in this morning's working group. We can't include pipeline and include it at a later date, right? We either count it once on pipeline side, or we include it in the inventory as part of your landed inventory, but I'll get to that.
But by counting it as pipeline, you're putting pressure on me to actually make the pipeline.
Well, they're coming online. It's gone through entitlements, gone through permitting. Most of the pipeline units have, but the Centurion Studios, we included it as pipeline.
Okay.
So,
I'm sorry, I'm still, can you go back to that?
sure,
So,
yeah.
it's 101 West Main, 602 Goleta, or those, where are those?
Those are pipeline.
Right, but where are they in those numbers? Can you go?
They're in the pipeline numbers.
They're just trying to go back.
Are you questioning if they're in the pipeline, Nina?
No, I just want to see the number.
Yes,
They're part of the 351.
yes. Yeah, there's 231 units of pipeline
Okay,
coming online this year, or have gone online this year as when we started the study. That's how many units are inclusive of in the pipeline, and then the rest are market rate units coming online. We're building in some areas of market rate right now. So current and possible housing programs, that's your buy down program, and some ADUs that we're accounting for in the future. That's we're 70 units over a 10-year period, and we're doing about 5 a year in buy down program right now. So we can subtract that from the workforce housing gap. So the remaining gap is about 259 units over a 10-year period. What does that look like? Rental and ownership, 251 ownership units. I'm sorry, 151 ownership units and 178 rental units. And that topography changes over the catch up and keep up periods. And you can read in the section 3 about that. What this does not include.
Go back once more.
Yeah.
We knew we were gonna get hung up on this.
These two numbers add up to what?
259.
320.
329, yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, 329. So we understand that the buy down program is taking some of the ownership units, it's buying down those ownership units of the 151. Yes.
I can assume that all these numbers are predicated on population statistics.
Yes, and yes, it's predicated on like what I mentioned before, unfilled job, rental vacancy rates, the growth of jobs, retiring folks. So all of those items I demonstrated earlier are inclusive into those numbers. I want to know what's not inclusive. Let's go to that next slide. Net migration of retirees relocating to the area. Senior housing, assisted living facilities coming online, and the need for senior housing. The full extent of remote workforce growth, it's really hard to model that because we're in a very dynamic and fluid environment right now for remote workforce. This does not include wait lists and overcrowding for current housing and in commuters, folks who work but want to live here as well. But we do have a lot of information in that section 3 to help illustrate the need. Those are some high level numbers. I didn't want to get stuck on this today because we have a greater discussion about programs. Again, data heavy, and then we're going to be light on discussion with programs today. So like but we've done our due diligence. And we want to make sure that we're going to be reducing that gap through your sites inventory. We've identified sites across Frisco. We've demonstrated that through a couple different meetings since May 14th. We look at the available land for residential construction, and we look at what that land can yield as far as units. That's important to understand, is that's part of reducing the gap. We need to understand what we can fit on the land. And then how can we change the gap by maintaining and increasing housing production through change of programs or policies, such as your municipal code, right? There's a lot of hindrances through your municipal code. We've looked at your constraints. We've looked at your municipal code and how long it takes to get a project through. And Rainey has taken an example 33 unit project through your permitting process to understand, whoa, look at this timeline, or whoa, we got to go through 3 planning commission meetings to get to the end results, and or fees and exactions on a particular type of housing product. So we've looked at that as well during this last 6 months.
So this doesn't include something like inclusionary zoning that we don't have on the books, but we might add.
And so we have a program in place for inclusionary zoning. Do you want this in the plan? I really want you to comment on these programs. Because we have a listing of 60 programs right now that we need to dwindle down, and I really want your feedback on the programs. Like, hey, I like this one, we really should include this one. That's signaling us and Jay and staff, hey, these guys really like this, let's go for this. Right, that's what we're looking for today. Model, yeah, go ahead.
Some of the modeling has bonus density.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, I need to illustrate this. We have the density bonus, we're assuming on the inventory, and I'll go through this as part of the modeling. That we're assuming that we're taking bonus densities on every piece of land that we have in the inventory. Because we're, as part of this strategic plan, we're strategically looking to those sites, right? We need to have involvement on those sites as the town to make sure that we can do some kind of public-private partnerships to get those densities up, right? And we need to take those bonus densities and we needed subsidies to take those bonus densities and make sure that some of these projects pencil out. So this modeling approach, we've estimated the housing need, we've captured the pipeline, we're estimating remaining need based upon the pipeline. Now I want to illustrate what the land inventory looks like, and then look at the remaining need, and then Jeff will talk to the impacts. We're looking at the fiscal resources. We need capital stack, we need subsidies, we need required equity, and we're looking at that as well. We have some of the high level numbers for you today. We're going to estimate the impacts. Go ahead, go back. Pretty quick there. So we're going to look at the fiscal impacts, tax revenue. We have some slides on that today. We're looking at water consumption. We're going to meet your estimated, basically your limit, your water limit.
1,400 acre feet a year.
Yeah. So we're looking at that, like how we're going to approach that water limit with this housing production, and then greenhouse gas, et cetera, for your comp plan. Next slide.
In other words, that was, we don't run out of water.
Yes.
And all this stuff.
Yeah, yes.
I don't think you need to go to, it's probably time to start looking for a few hundred acre feet.
Yeah. Okay. So in our modeling approach continued, we look at tiering of properties. I like to look at it like this. It's common, you see in a lot of plans when you're looking at inventory, or we call it a sites inventory. We tiered your sites inventory based upon town-owned properties. That's your tier 1. That's your low-hanging fruit. You can go immediately attack these properties. Tier 2 is vacant land. It's land that has no structure on it. And it's zoned for residential, or can accommodate residential by use by right. And then tier 3 are underutilized properties, so they have a structure on it that's been considered low, on the low end of the condition. The condition is low, right, by the housing, by the assessor's office, and it's highly underutilized. It might be one site, one house, like a 1,500 square foot house that's has low condition on it, according to the assessors, and it's on a gigantic piece of property. So that's tier 3 properties, and then tier 4 is redevelopment areas along Summit Boulevard, et cetera. But as you can see, this is important to understand. This tier 1, tier 2, we can take care of most of the need in the tier 1 and 2 tier 1 and tier 2 categories. So we can almost accommodate the need just with town-owned and vacant property across Frisco. You're not out of land. That's the good story, right? To accommodate 10 years of growth, right?
That's a good story because we're guessing if we're out of land at this point,
You're not.
You're not out of land.
Yeah.
You will be out of land, after this planning cycle. But like that's the next steps, right? Planning and doing this planning process over again and seeing, we had a conversation with Ari today, it was awesome. As we move through time, some of those units that will come online as tier 2, right? Because we're gonna have degradation of facilities, right? You have a 20-year life cycle or 50-year life cycle on residential buildings. They're coming to the end of their life cycle and they have a large piece of property. So those tier 2 properties will continue to come online over the next 10 years after 2034. The website, so that we have this on a web viewer. I think you guys have clicked on it before, but it's in your packet. You can go to the website and click on the site's inventory and look at it through a mapping lens. But there's 36 sites, again, 4 tiering categories, but what the good news is we're not using all 36 sites that have been identified. We're only using half of those sites that have been identified to meet the need. Next slide. So we've selected 18 sites as priority. Those 18 sites can yield about 394 units of workforce housing. And that's inclusive of bonus density, right? And so we have a surplus of 120 units based upon the numbers that I presented earlier. So with those 18 sites, we can have a surplus of 120 units. That is perfectly okay to have a surplus. We want to have a surplus because not every one of these sites is going to be developed according to our crystal ball, right? Some of those sites will fail. Some of those sites will go to market rate, right? So we need to have a surplus to make sure that this plan succeeds. And we always want to have a surplus of about 10 to 15%. Based upon historic planning efforts I've done across the nation. So that's important. The fiscal resources needed of those 18 sites, those 394 units. We've looked at ownership models and rental models. We've modeled the cost based upon the type of development, ownership, rental, and we come to about $188 million to build workforce housing needed by 2034. What does that mean in capital debt? About $122 million in capital debt. State subsidies. This is where we really need to attack and lobby. That Prop 123 money. There's all types of different funding opportunities across the state. Mixing funding opportunities. Really important. James will be tracking that over time. But we need about $18 million or $19 million worth of state subsidies to get this housing off the ground. Land equity, $28.3 million. So we already have some of that land equity in those tier 1 sites, but those tier 2 sites, we're talking about we got to get that land equity in place right before we start even thinking about the projects. And then equity capital, so $18.8 million. So you can see the split, it's about 65% debt capital, 10%, 10%, 15% in the land equity categories. So there's different types of solutions. We had Michael Leahy's not here today. He's our finance guru. But what we're looking for is highest and best use from your site's inventory. So that could be based upon private ownership models or a mix of public-private partnerships. And that's important to understand is that we need to look at new opportunities and partnerships with your local developers. Super important piece of this programmatic element. Now we can't get these units off the ground just with a housing authority developing the projects, right? That's a pure public model. And then the pure private model is only going to go attack the market rate because they want to make as much money as possible, right? So we need to have some kind of partnership where Frisco brings the land equity, right? So there's different partnerships that can be established, but we can't do it on the one spectrum versus the other. We need to have a mix of some kind of agreement between public and private resources. Next slide. Now this is a particular underwriting summary. It's too bad that Michael isn't here, but I can go through this. We've done 2 different types of scenarios for this is the marina project that the town owns. It's site, I think it's tier 105 on the map. So we looked at it from a rental perspective and a for sale perspective. The gross square feet changes because we need more square footage on a for sale model. Like the video is covering, it says scenario B for sale, top right corner. So we're looking at different yields of square footage. At the end of the day, the average AMI is different based upon a for rental and a for sale model. So when I'm talking about highest and best use, this is your plan, right? Like we have this data, like how are we going to implement these units on the land? Well, we got to look at different types of underwriting for each piece of land, right? And find the highest and best use. And look at the total cost per unit, total debt required, and total equity for each type of model. We've made those decisions for you based upon the yield on each piece of property. So for instance, tier 1 property that yields 66 units, I'm gonna put that on the rental side. Because that will pencil out for rent. Like, we need a lot of units on a piece of land to make sure that that project will succeed as a rental type of project. And so we understand that, like, we can't use some of the town's properties that are only yielding one house, right? That's not a good rental property, right? Go ahead.
Why does the for sale scenario cost more?
The for sale scenario costs more. Because it's more per door, we're gonna put better finishes in a for sale model than a rental model.
And why is there one fewer unit?
That's just an error on my part.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, we're looking at the same amount of units. And then we haven't ran this through your,
Square footage.
yes. Because we need a larger square footage for sale units. We're not gonna have this, we're gonna have a lot of studios for rent because we have a different mix of units types in a for sale model versus a for rental model.
You also,
The same number of units, how
Yeah,
can they be?
different mix of AMIs.
the AMI is different and what 90% on the rental average is 90%, average on the for sale is 110%.
Yeah, if you
So they're a
look,
little bigger, a little nicer, and you're selling.
Are you asking because it seems like how could they have the same number of units, but more is bigger, where's the extra land?
Yeah.
In the rental?
stacking up in density, so
You're going higher.
you're higher or like a different type of a 3D model. So you're fitting a different type of unit in the same footprint, but you might have a different 3D model of that building. And then we haven't gotten to that much detail, but we understand that this needs to pencil out with larger square footage for the support sale model. And it's in the door, the per cost per door is much higher in a for sale model than a rental. And I think that we've taken a lot of these, we've taken projects and looked at them and evaluated them, and it pencils out to somewhere around this underwriting technique. So Michael is not here today, but if you have other questions, please put comments on the plan or in this section 3. And then it'll be an appendice as well.
The bottom line there is the bottom line. No pun, but the total public funding is is the 2 million plus on a rental model and the 5 million on the for sale model. So that's the subsidy, as it were, that's required for these projects to pencil.
So behind the scenes here, that 90% is a blend of other AMIs. It's not just a 90% AMI. We have 25 units of 60 or less. So it's a studio rental apartments. And then we have a blend within that 90%. So this is just the average AMI.
And that 90% is chosen for this example because of Prop 123 funding requirements. So that's why it's a 90% for rental and 110 for ownership, thinking about where your financing is gonna be coming from.
But that's only for one of the programs. Of Prop 123, I mean, Prop 123 is really 60% AMI rentals and 100% AMI ownership.
Yeah, we're giving you underwriting just techniques to understand a lens to look at these pieces of property that you've never had before on 18 properties across the site's inventory. So that's important to understand. The housing needs assessment leaves you at, you need 394 units, and that's where it ends. We're taking that and bringing you the reality of what this looks like on the ground and what it could look like on a rental and for sale model.
And it gives us the ability, if we need to manipulate some of these numbers,
Exactly.
how it's gonna affect the other numbers in there.
Again, in that rental, there are 60%. In fact, I think it's a big number of 60%, and the 90 is an average.
And so like Tom mentioned, we're not just gonna have a paper document to go through, they're also providing us performance. They're also providing us Excel documents where we can go in and manipulate, well, we don't like this property at 60%, 80%, what if we do 70%, 90%? Plug those numbers in, change maybe the numbers of units, and what do those numbers look like? That way we have an idea of the project's gonna cost this much, here's how much public assistance is gonna be needed. That way we can do it on a case by case basis.
We're giving the tools, we're teaching folks how to fish, not giving them the fish, right? That's what our job was. But we have to do the big modeling techniques first to understand, A, do we need more density based upon zoning change? No, we don't. Do we need more land? No, we don't. We're answering these questions first. And then we can dive into the properties and say, this is the impact, this is the fiscal impact. And now we're gonna go into the environmental impact and the water consumption side.
So we're at about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Try to do this in 5. So the town wanted to know, and I think Tom was the first to ask, you know, what happens if we build this? What are the impacts? What are, you know, amenities, services, tax revenues? So there's 3 aspects that are gonna drive basically your economic growth. You're gonna have a lot of spending on construction, building all these units. Once the units are built, new households will live in them. We know based on all these AMI conversations, how many of those households will be at, say, 60% AMI versus 110% AMI. Those households, as you can imagine, have different spending patterns. That's captured in the modeling. You know, where they spend their money, how they spend their money in different ways. And then we have new visitors. There's friends and families coming to visit those new households. There's also some of the market units are gonna end up in short-term rental. We look at not only the direct spending, but how it ripples through the economy in terms of supply chain spending and then labor spending. So if you pay a worker to build that rental building and they go to lunch at Subway and spend money, that's called induced spending, and we capture that too as a. Ethan's been through all this, that's all the cost adds up to the construction spending. And then, as I mentioned, we have the households and the visitors. We built a model of Summit County broken into those 4 jurisdictions you see on the screen. And we're looking at, and they're interrelated. So one of the things came up this morning is Frisco has more employment than residents. But on the county, it balances out. So you really have a lot of people commuting within the county, living one place, working another. The growth, I think the pipeline for the whole county is in the neighborhood of 1,000 units at least. Those new households are gonna be spending some of their money in Frisco. We need to capture that. So we built a regional economic model. And then what you're seeing here is when we just filter it for just Frisco. And so we have employment impacts. This is 2024. One thing I'll point out quickly is construction is about 4% of your workforce. When we get out to 2034, construction is 15% of the workforce. But, you know, the next level of analysis is to say, are all the units we build gonna be housing the workers that are building the housing, or are those workers gonna live in Silverthorne? And I was talking to Tom at the lunch break earlier, there's ways to go and kind of a deeper dive into that. But now you have the tools, and I've said to James, this is the tip of the iceberg in terms of the employment results. So, you know, when you wanna know how many hospital workers you need for their grant application in 2030, just give me a call. We've talked a bit earlier, there's a nexus, stole this from the state demographer, between people, houses and jobs. As you're building the houses and those people are gonna have jobs, people live in the houses, they'll have jobs, your economy grows. One thing that you have here, the sort of darker blue lines on the bottom are the plan that Ethan's been speaking about for the presentation. There's also that surplus is the red line if you really get aggressive. And then finally that gray line up high is Lake Hill coming online in 2033, 2034. And we've shared these results with the comp team. So, they may look at this as your middle scenario, high, medium, and low. They may look at it as your high. I think they're still kind of taking that into consideration and incorporating your public feedback they're gathering. And that was municipal tax revenue. I actually compared it to Leslie's budget. I looked at that earlier, 376 pages. I think it kind of ties out. Those are effective averages, but you see, municipal revenue going from so you're about $10 million right now in sales tax, and that goes up to about 2030, you're at 15 million. So that gives you some money to plan ahead for more law enforcement, more services, maybe there's more, snow removal, whatever the services provide. So this is something we touched on earlier, water use. The model uses some really detailed coefficients from the EPA, where we can actually predict water use as like a volume of water per dollar of economic output by industry. So we looked at all that spending, and then this is the water it would use. We've done some checking with the water studies your public works department has. It checks out. We've talked with Connor, who's doing the environmental work for the comp plan, checks out. At about 2029, you need to have more water rights. You're limited to about 1,400 acre feet a year, and you're gonna hit that at the end of the decade. So we hope to have data on surface water and groundwater. Not time to present it, but I know there's capacity constraints with your treatment of 10 Mile Creek water and others. So you have the tools now and the data to really sort of say, hey, plan ahead. You know, Boy Scout motto, be prepared.
Warning. Let's go to the end here, like,
Okay.
there's a lot of
Greenhouse gas.
Yeah. And so what I wanted to get to today is looking at the constraints. We have potential non-governmental constraints and governmental constraints. We have land use controls, building and fire codes. We have like I mentioned, non-governmental constraints like the impacts for running up into the infrastructure and service capacity constraints. So those are non-governmental constraints. We're looking at this in the report. That's in section 5, right? 5 or 6. Next slide. Regulatory constraints, we have a bunch of those in the plan. We want to look at, well, hey, how can we increase your ADU production? How can we look at inclusionary zoning? How can we revise your parking requirements? Residential development standards. We're looking at all of this. And at the end of the day, next slide. We have, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. We have the goals. We have 5 goals that there's implementation plans behind these goals, strategies behind these goals. I'm not going to elaborate on each one of these goals due to time, but I really want you to look at the plan and look at these goals. Comment on them again. We've vetted them through the working group a couple different times. Next slide. We have on the website, we have an action plan that includes a list of 60 actions that could be made based upon the data and based upon all the constraints analysis that our team has done, non-governmental, governmental constraints, and look at these goals and programs to make sure that we're like, hey, thumbs up, thumbs down. What we're gonna do, what we decided to do is send out a survey next week. Over the next 2 weeks, look for a survey, right? That will give you a high level thumbs up, thumbs down, right? Do we want to concentrate on this or that? You're gonna give us thumbs up, thumbs down, so we can get a collective bargaining chip with you guys, right? For the planning commission, city council, the working group. We'll send that survey out. That's not for the public, it's just for you guys. And then I want to make sure that you can comment on the plan. So over the next 2 weeks, go to the website, click on the plan, look at the plan. It's very draft in nature. You'll see some red text, but it has the crux of all the information that we presented today. Good, guys? Are you good?
5 minutes.
Yeah. Now we have a question session, feedback from you guys, so we can go back to the slides.
We have 3 minutes.
3 minutes. So we're pretty down to 4, yeah, 3 minutes.
Just looking at those sites, assuming not just the density, but the site and then bonus density, I think that's a really, really, really optimistic goal, like just the constraints that it's like one of them within the corner of some property, you have to access it through the middle of the pool. You know, so just assuming all of that.
Sure.
There's another property that a road went through, so now we're assuming that, you know, square footage based on.
I saw that.
You know, I'm just
yeah,
saying, like,
yeah.
I'm not trying to,
Yeah.
but you know, to just say, okay, boom, we got it, we have all these units.
I'm not saying it's easy.
No,
We need $188 million. Yes.
Concerns that.
Yes, and we vetted with Katie and James quite a bit, and some of the ones that the road goes through, they're only yielding like 1 and 2 houses that they're owned by the town.
And like you said, we know all these elements.
Yeah.
So we have to have a wide variety of options.
Anything else?
I mean, as a general rule, how did you figure out how many votes you needed? Counting on those, you know, you came up with a number.
Yes, I looked at this,
That number is can be eluded as long as you fit it, so.
we looked at historic projects based, and then historic densities on acreage. And so we took all of the pipeline projects that used bonus densities and came up with an average number, because it went up from 75 down to 34 units per acre. I just took an average of 55 units per acre.
That's optimistic.
But the end, you have 75.
Yeah, or it's somewhere. This is, you know, getting us there, we can change all, you know, as we go, as we decide.
Yeah, you can, what if it's 34 and you could remodel it and said the 120 cushion is a good idea.
So this is good for when you guys come back to us as a, because we're out of time tonight. So everyone, please get in the plan if you haven't. There's a lot of information. You can see them both the plans, the comp plan and the housing playing off each other. We happen to be doing it at the same time. So with that, thanks you guys very much.
We'll break it down.
Which we get.
Moving over there.
So grab your gainer.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember.
Yes.
That's your best.
Testing, testing.
Oh, yeah, it's nice. That turned out. Incredible. Great. I was like, my dad's
Yes. With, Jerry. Jerry Olson. Yes.
Yeah.
He'll change color, right?
Yeah.
Might as well put it on us.
Yeah.
And that's, that is the.
It's muddy and small.
I don't like.
Yeah.
Because I'm fine in it. Wait. Yeah. He does now. My wife's ready to make a point. I will. I will send it to you. I'll take a picture of a business card. Yeah. See, I think there should be this kind of participation in the budget process. But it'll be correct, it'll be correct, that's right. Get people to know more often.
Yeah, yeah.
You'll see the.
I'm trying to remember the last time and I think it was Switch West. Yeah, the big crowd.
Yeah, right.
After that, I think it's really on.
Probably. Well, it also reflects, this is obviously a great person. When I get it. It's still the second. Yep. Yeah. What's the rest of it? It's probably been this long.
No, it's actually, it's exciting. This, we should have, it's just that we don't do anything next time. It's not like we're doing.
And Dylan would say.
And or. The people are okay with it. Decisions made. So it's like. That's how we take up the. Right. You did that, remember that.
Testing.
Good. Well, 3 minutes a person, if they all talk, maybe.
2, 3 testing. Wait, very little.
This, and then, Tom, there's something else on the agenda, isn't there? I got.
We have an extraterritorial water
Yes.
application and the resale bill. That's the public input.
That is the resale.
Yeah.
With the extraterritorial.
Is first. So that the other members can use.
Yes.
Yeah, it works.
In here, I guess. It'd be interesting where they got.
You know.
It's going to.
Forecasting process because it's all.
They're outside voice. Right now, we just can't amplify.
You may not.
We're trying. No, we can't. We don't have any internally. They can hear us online.
And I think Stacy's covering that.
Yes, yeah. I'm just kind of letting everybody know. Use your outside now. Yeah.
Yeah, everything's fine. It's just in the room. For some reason, we can't tell if the speakers are working.
Is he be able to hear anybody that's commenting online?
Well, that's always, that's,
Hear the call.
yes. I think so.
If the speakers aren't working.
Man, we might have to cancel this.
Still won't get up there.
Sorry, it's canceled.
Well, I mean, they could send in their comments.
Yes, that's where that's what.
If we can't hear them.
So who do you have? We got Linda, she just listened.
She's listening to Kyle and John.
Yes.
They're the only ones. I don't know who they are.
You'll be fine. Right, that one.
Schumacher or something, I seen his name on something. Jackson on now.
Jack is one of the.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But it is that.
She's gonna do it like she's attending.
Okay.
Another couple seconds. Wants to make sure people are around.
They gave me a little bit. It was very good. I'm driving.
So gang, we're just working through some technical difficulties. We'll get going in a few minutes. From the speaker.
Yes.
It's the folks coming in now that we're worried about.
They can hear us.
Well, that just sounded really good, what you just said.
Oh, here we go. Testing.
I think we're good.
Testing. Here we go.
All right.
Thanks, Jesse.
Thanks for that.
Call Anna.
Okay.
You guys were good.
Don't get me started.
Building up.
Sorry.
You know, there's a part of my whiteboard where I have my nemesis. This is one of them for next year.
Nice.
Air, you are on mic and recording.
Great, thanks. Welcome, everybody. It's 7:15. We're gonna open up tonight's regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council for August 27th. And with that, let's go ahead with the roll call.
Alan.
Here.
Blanca. Here. Incan.
Here.
Aronson.
Here.
Held.
Here.
Hibby.
Here.
And Scripcheck Adrian is absent.
Thank you. I'll now open up the floor for public comment regarding items not already on tonight's agenda. If you are planning on making public comment on an item that is already on the slated tonight's agenda, we will call for public comment during the hearing. During the public hearing, again, this is for public comment pertaining to items not already on the agenda. And with that,
I'd like to start, I'm a little bit off topic, so I'll kick it off. So, want to thank you for your time first off. My name is Jeremy. I'm here to see if I can get a shaved ice trailer going at the Frisco Marina. I've got the Frisco Marina support here. We've got one in the Dillon Marina. I also own Cammy's, so just trying to keep expanding a little bit, and we could bring in a trailer or a shack or whatever looks best for you guys, but we're here today to find support and permission from you guys. I think it'd be a great addition to the Frisco Marina. A lot of kids and families who'd like to see their kids go
get some shaved ice while they go to the Island Bar and so that's about it.
Cool, thank you. With public comment, there's no back and forth.
Okay, good. That's about it. I don't do this.
Say is that we will follow up with you through staff.
Okay, great. All right, well, looking forward to it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. One more thing to add for public comment, we do have a fancy new timer that'll show your 3 minutes as a visual cue, especially with this many people for efficiencies throughout the evening. With that, our next public comment.
Tom Castrino, I live in Frisco, and my comments today have to do with parking at the marina. I'm sure you've heard quite an earful, but my comments are technical in nature about the Honk app and its shortcomings, and I understand that council directed Interstate that they wanted these certain features and capacities, and Interstate said, well, Honk is the tool. This is what we recommend. Specifically, the shortcomings of Honk are most notably that if you don't renew before the session expires, it locks you out for 30 minutes. So you cannot correct the problem. You're basically at that point stuck with a ticket. So if you're out on the water and you hear the alert and you just got your hands full, you can't quite renew before expiration, and you want to do the right thing, you're prevented, you're handcuffed from doing the right thing. So I think that's an easy technical change. And if Honk programmers don't want to do that, or Interstate says, no, people are gaming the system, that's why we lock you out, blah, blah, blah. Come on, you guys can do better than that. The other experience I had was I was attempting to host a guest and park 2 vehicles using one phone, and the Honk ambassador explained to me that, well, it's really not designed for that. I was just dumbfounded. Like, in today's day and age of technology, that should be a pretty simple thing. So again, what I'm hoping you guys do is talk with Interstate about the platform that's being used and maybe revisit or ask them to expand that platform or choose something different. But my experiences with Honk, not only at the marina, but other areas like Dillon where they use it, it's just woefully inadequate and not up to standard for compared to like Passport or other parking apps that do a much better job. And then I know you are restricting comments about agenda items, but I have to leave. And all I can say on the housing thing is I urge you guys to form a task force to examine resale values, because there's no exit strategy and it affects a lot of people and it affects the housing inventory. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks. Any other public comments? Any online?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I'm not seeing any online.
Got you. With that, I will close public comments and move on to mayor and council comments. Great, I have one. We were once again lucky enough to host the Colorado Mountain Bike League race this past weekend. It was over the Saturday and Sunday. There were hundreds of folks from around the state here in Frisco racing. It was a wonderful event. They luckily had good weather, and at least out there, the injuries were all manageable, right? There was another race in town over the weekend where there were some other significant events. That's all I got.
And I'll just add if I can, the Arts Council did the movie night at the marina, and apparently it was
great.
It was great. Went off. Everybody had a great time. Inconceivable. Yes, it was the Princess Bride. Nobody saw.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Andy. And thanks to the Arts Council for that. Anyone else? Great. With that, we'll move to Tom and any staff updates.
The only thing I had was to echo that. I think the Arts Council and the staff that supported that event did a great job putting it together. It was great to see all the families, kids, dogs, all participating out there, especially at the little pop-up art participation event that was there. So great.
Cool. And I think we pulled in some folks from the mountain bike race because I told them all about it, so it's super cool. With that, we'll close staff updates, and then our next item on the agenda is going to be our consent agenda. And with that, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second. We have a motion and a second for tonight's consent agenda. With that, please call the question.
Maybe
Yes.
Malenko,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Aaronson,
Yes.
Lincoln,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
and Skrupcheck, Adrian is absent.
Great, thanks. Our next item on the agenda is agenda item number 1 of new business for this evening is our review of an application for extraterritorial water service agreement for 19, I'm gonna get this straight wrong, Burling Way. Right on with that is Chris McGinnis. Come on down.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, thank you. We have a application for 19 Burling Way extraterritorial water service application. We've had 2 extraterritorial applications through the county. This is the first one we've had for a single family home. So the exhibit here shows from our GIS is our water infrastructure. The red circle is where the application is for. It's right at the edge of the town-county boundary. We do have a water main in the roadway and Burling Way right next to it. The extraterritorial ordinance that was passed in 2023, the application meets the requirements of that. They're proposing to pay the in lieu fee, which is what's calculated. Basically, if they're not bringing water rights to the town, they pay an in lieu fee to compensate for those water rights. So with that, keep it short. We're recommending approval of it since it meets the outline and the extraterritorial code. I'm here for any questions on the application.
And Chris, so I'm clear, because I might have misheard you, right? So if they're not bringing water rights to offset, right, then they pay, and I'll probably say a little differently, a fee in lieu of that. And they've agreed to pay whatever that calculation is that you've worked out.
Right. Yeah, they've agreed to pay that. So there's kind of a couple of requirements. One is that we have enough water rights to cover their request, which we do on this. And then, in this agreement that's drafted, it puts the exact amount. It's 2,000 and change is the, if you look at the exact amount in it, that is the additional above the PIF fee. Or those in lieu
Somewhere right here.
Cool, thanks.
It's right by the church.
Does anyone have any questions, clarifying questions for Chris?
As we, I guess this is more of a comment. You want me to wait with that?
We can move on then. I'll open it up for public comment and then we'll come to that one.
Okay.
So with that, no clarifying questions, we'll open it up to public comment. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Any public comment in the room? Any online?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Gotcha. Council comments?
So we've created a process for this to be possible. That's how we've gotten here. But as we just saw in our potential housing needs assessment, we're going to be running out of paper water rights. And so the fee in lieu is ideally banking for us purchasing more water rights in the future. I think that's basically it. I'm in favor.
So with comments ended, would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve agenda item number 1.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Please call the question.
Malenko,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Aaronson,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Skrupcheck, Adrian is absent, and Kibbe.
Great.
Kibbe, we need your
He
vote.
hasn't answered yet. He's working on it.
Okay.
Yes. Gotcha. So that motion passes. With that, we're going to move on to our tonight's second item on the agenda And with that, we'll move to our final item as well. It's agenda item number 2, where myself and Councilmember Helinka will be recusing ourselves. And we'll now hand the meeting over to Mayor Pro Tem Aronson.
Have a good night.
See ya.
Martin, you feeling lonely over there?
Is that,
Feeling lonely over there?
I don't know what my name's over here.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, well, thank you all for coming. Thank you for being online. Or online. What I'd like to do is just take a second and explain kind of, this is a bigger topic than we've usually addressed, and explain what our plan is going forward with the conversation regarding housing restrictive covenants. So tonight and at the work session from 4 till 5 this evening, Katie Kent gave a truly informative explanation. Where are we? How did we get here? And to anybody who's here to listen to this topic, please go back. It's online, it's easy to access, and watch from 4 till 5 her explanation of what we're talking about, because it really builds the base of knowledge. And that's what we're here to do. Tonight's meeting, we're talking about the AMI 3% value question from a perspective of how did we get here, public comment. There's not necessarily a decision process tonight, because the next meeting, there's about 9 other topics that if we open up the deed restriction for modification, not only is it an AMI 3% question, it's that plus about 9 other topics. So at the second meeting on this topic, during a work session, we're going to have more presentation, more build the base of knowledge for us to understand those 9 topics. At the third meeting, which will be a work session as well, there's going to be, that's the, not a decision making, it's more of a providing guidance, providing staff with direction of what we want to do with those 10 topics, if anything. That's always on the table. So the third meeting, we provide direction to staff. The fourth meeting, which will be at the regular session, staff will come back to us with a proposed deed restriction, which will be made public, which will offer public community comment. And at that meeting, probably, maybe, we come to a conclusion of the topic. All of that is a plan that can be modified or adjusted. One of the challenges is we can only have these conversations if all 4 of us are in the room, because that's a quorum. We can't meet unless we have a quorum of 4. So there may be some scheduling challenges as well. Again, I encourage you, please watch the video of Katie from 4 till 5. It's, if you're interested in the topic, it's important. So with that, I will open it up back to Katie for the staff report.
Thank you. So since we covered so much of the background and general information of covenants, as you're aware, not going to do very much right here, especially because we have a lot of people here. I know it's a rough week for a lot of parents who have kids starting school this week, including tomorrow, and away from home tonight. So appreciative. We're getting a lot of public comment today, and I'll try to keep my part short, but happy to answer questions also when we get to it. So just a quick agenda here for tonight before this part of the meeting. I'm going to start where I left off on the last slide that we did not get to at the 4 to 5 o'clock work session, which is starting right away with putting in your head options to consider. And so you have these in your head before you hear public comment, you start thinking about things. And then as Councilmember Aronson addressed, we're not looking for a answer decision by the council on even this topic tonight. We just want you to be aware of options first. I will do a very quick review the why that we're here, since we have so many from the public who are interested in this tonight. the proposed timeline, which will give the disclaimers on the quorum. The defined housing restrictive covenants, I am not going to get into all of the complex understanding of how we do resale calculations and the various options throughout town. Reviewing, and then obviously public comment, and then also happy to answer any questions or discussion. Also, as noted at the work session, I would appreciate any direction that staff, council members find that they want staff to look into over the next couple of weeks to provide you if any questions from the public come up or discussion, and you want staff to dig and do more research for you on any topic. So with that said, options on this part of the covenant restriction to consider in your heads of what you could do moving forward. Option one, make no changes, keep the resale calculations exactly as they are recorded on each property, and or allow any owner to currently opt into the 2019 housing restrictive covenant, which is currently available. Option two would be a standard increase. Utilizing a standard increase in percentage rate. Staff would recommend not compounded as always in all of our deed restrictions, including throughout the Summit County and the towns. This would be up to the council if they wanted to look at a 2% increase, a 3% increase. Other examples, you had examples of how other jurisdictions in the area are handling increases in a small comparison table, with a recognition from the work session that staff is going to come back to you with additional examples that are used throughout the county on those standard increase options. Option three would be per the request that was brought before you by some property owners not representing Peak One neighborhood at that time, but who resided solely in Peak One neighborhood, that they requested in a letter dated January 13th, 2023, that they be permitted the greater of either a standard non-compounded percentage increase, I believe they asked for 3%, or the maximum sales price represented in the AMI spreadsheet. And then option four, the council could consider qualifying capital improvements. Should they be added? Should they be permitted? Should they be capped? And should they not have a cap? This is a big discussion coming up at a later work session up for discussion as far as qualifying capital improvements and the capping of them. And then obviously option five, staff cannot think of every option. You may get some different options amongst yourself or from feedback that you hear. And that is also partly why this is not a decision to be made really quickly tonight. And so we are happy to hear any other options that you may have or want us to look into or propose back to you. Okay, so very briefly, since we already had this slide at our last presentation and everyone can watch it online, the changes to the SCHA table in May 2024 were a big reason why we're back here today. So as a refresher, and so the public recognizes this also, not going to get into the details because you had it already, but the spreadsheet is updated every year, extrapolated from HUD's affordable housing numbers. The numbers on here have been by prior staff at the Summit Combined Housing Authority, were not modified as far as the HOA fees, the interest rates, and some of and taxes and insurance. Those parts of the table, which helps provide the numbers as the end result, were supposed to be changed every year. Former staff who was not there did not do this. So the staff that is in there now realized that this was an overlook and a mistake. So those numbers came into play through not the housing staff. This was not their decision, to be clear. This was through the Summit Combined Housing Authority board. So the board made the decision to bring those numbers up to a $500 HOA for taxes, insurance, and HOA dues. And then an average interest rate of 7%. Because of the way that formula is supposed to be done every year, that was what the interest rates were at that time. I won't get into the logic behind the housing authority and the board, but that was one of the reasons we're here today, is because when those numbers were redone, it did affect what the homeowner and property owner's perception of buyers and sellers of the affordability was through this table. And then the other part is obviously our covenant. The 2019 covenant that the town of Frisco has is very unique in that the resale calculation is tied to this table. We are the only one in the county who has a direct resale calculation used to the table. Everyone else is using the table for different purposes, but there isn't a maximum per this table. So that's kind of leading to the discussion. And then one other really important part to remember of why these numbers are the way they are is keeping in mind SCH, the board's goal, it's to keep buyer affordability and housing costs at the HUD or who comes up with this, their affordable definition. Affordable housing, per household should not be paying more than 30% of their income towards a housing unit. The numbers on these sheets, if you have an income at 100%, the for sale cost should be 100% to follow HUD's affordability. Everyone has a different perception on that, but that is just HUD's definition of affordable is using no more than 30% of your income towards your housing costs. Those housing costs should include your HOA fees, your taxes, your insurance, everything you're putting into that, utilities rolled into it. So that is just where the housing board's bottom line numbers are on here, is ensuring that an eligible household at 100% AMI, 30% of that number is what they could purchase a property for. Obviously, there's a lot more discussion to be had about that. And you heard a lot more in-depth and explanations way beyond that of reasons that should also potentially why it's limiting to property owners. So just really quick reminder, especially so everybody who's listening in is aware of this. These timelines are definitely, as Council Member Aronson noted, they're based on council quorums and other things. Anticipated, we are hoping to have another work session on September 24th and another work session on October 22nd. At these meetings, it will just be information provided to the council to discuss other parts of the covenant. And that includes eligible household income, qualifying capital improvements, definition of a resident, an initial purchase price, buyer selection, employment location, asset limits, and anything else that may come up that we should discuss. So 2 work sessions, these are anticipated dates that at least staff is working to make sure we have preparation done on research and memos and presentations. If timing has to change, it'll obviously be released to the public and everyone will be kept in the loop on any dates.
And Katie, one of the things you don't know, because I found out about it during this meeting, is that these dates are going to change because of council schedules. So I already know that. So please stay tuned to future agendas so that you keep up to date.
Perfect. And then we will still try to aim hopefully for a November, December, hopefully a approval of a new housing restrictive covenant if the council decides that they want to move forward with a new covenant, standard covenant for the town. Also want to recognize just for everybody that housing restrictive covenants are that we have 155 in the town, approximately properties that are deed restricted. About 40 of those are live work. And about 115 of those are located completely throughout town, some condos, some townhomes, single family homes, and duplexes that have some type of a covenant on them. And you already heard about various different methods of using them. Some are greater than, some are lesser than for resale calculations. So just refreshing you on all of that since you've been crammed with information in the last 2 hours also. So just general reminder on a housing restrictive covenant, also called a deed restriction, HRC, or covenant. People frequently get confused because covenants are very prominent across the country. And so when you just say covenant, people get confused. Up here, it's standard. It's normally means the housing restrictive covenant. It is a tool for placing limitations on uses of a housing unit. The reason we end up having housing restrictive covenants on the property is due to a few different things, but usually it is when a housing unit is partially or totally funded by taxpayer money. And so in return, we provide, the developer provides a covenant to the town on that property. And that way it is restricted to somebody who has, whether it's employment or income restrictions or different, depending on the reasoning behind getting that covenant on the property. As you're aware, we also get them for bonus density when a developer wants to build extra units on a property that aren't allowed by zoning. That has their standard covenants recorded on it also. They also are included in this review along with all of them. So skipping forward, because you saw that slide and had a lot more information there. I'm just gonna leave up here, I think, you tell me if you want the council considerations or just public comment and questions discussion, and I'll move it to you. I don't know if you want this as kind of a refresher or if you'd rather not have people distracted with it. We'll leave it up here. Okay, and then before, I'll go back really quick, sorry, really quick, next step. I already told you our next topics. I do want to note, we will bring back more information on other local jurisdiction resale calc examples as requested at the work session. And I would love to add to this list if you have anything specific for us to work on bringing back on this topic tonight. Yeah.
And I guess this doesn't matter because we're going to go to Zoom anyway. So, okay, next will be public comment. I just want to, a couple things. One is our level of appreciation for people coming to our meetings. We're here every second and fourth Tuesday of the month. You usually aren't, but you're more than welcome here for any topic at any time. We do like knowing that you're here.
Annual budget is coming up.
But in the way, because I'm expecting most people haven't been here for this process. Public comment is not an interactive process. You come up, you are welcome to speak for 3 minutes. We will guide you to a conclusion at that time. If somebody has said exactly what you want to say already, you still have your 3 minutes, but we hear you and we see you if you come up and say, I agree with whoever just said that, or something to make the night move on a little quicker. For technology reasons, we're going to do the people in the room. Anybody who wants to comment that's in the room first, and then we'll move towards the people who are online.
And when you comment, please say your name and your address.
All right. With that, we have no formal method of having you come up to the podium and speak, so.
Not all at once.
You look ready.
Yes. Appreciate this continuing to be a conversation at town council. Last time we were here, it seemed like this was a dead topic. So I'm CB Bechtel. I reside at 265 Belford Street. And our house is income restricted home in Pequot. I have comments from three different comments. First one is, as an employer, for those of you who don't know, I run an organization that outside of government and resorts is one of the largest employers in Summit County, actually. So I have hundreds of people who need access to housing and need access to affordable housing. And so having inventory is really important. The way, and this, now I'm going to transition to the homeowner by saying that the way the deed restriction is set up right now really doesn't provide an exit strategy for people who buy into income restricted, deed restricted housing in our county. So what happens is around 5 years, there should be a point where you can, you have enough equity that you can move out and move into market rate housing. That doesn't happen, and we're finding that most people, us being recent empty nesters, rather than moving out, and we're planning to stay in our house, because what has happened is in the 7 years we've lived in our house, we've had to replace the boiler, we've had to paint our house, and with our deed restriction based on a very low AMI, we find ourselves in a zero or negative equity situation. So there's no opportunity for us to, well, there is, come up with a bunch of cash that we that comes from some other source other than our house that we're living in. So so that goes back to my employer need for inventory. But we have a situation with the current deed restriction where there's not really an exit strategy. So that leaves us in a situation where people are probably staying in deed restricted housing longer than they might otherwise stay in deed restricted housing. So as you're looking at this opportunity, and I have to say, I felt a little bit like there was some sense that we were being greedy last time we were here when we were asking for 3% or AMI, whichever was higher. And frankly, 3% doesn't even scratch the surface on the increase in market rate housing. And so the gap continues to grow from what our current situation is to try and make that move to non-deed restricted housing. So last thing, 8 seconds. There's a great equity sharing program that they do in Routt County where an employer, either government or local bank, and the purchaser of a home share in the down payment for that home, put about $100,000 each into it. They're all equity partners, and when they sell the house, everybody makes a little bit of money. That's something to consider in the future.
Thank you.
First, thank you all very, very much for your time in considering this. I would hope that seeing how many people are here. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Karen Blanco. I am at 537 South Second Avenue. I've been a Summit County resident for, actually Halloween makes 20 years, and a Frisco resident for 17 years. My daughter was born and raised here very intentionally. I've lived in I can't even count how many other places I lived before I moved here with the intention of raising a family here. She was born here. She went to Frisco Elementary. She's now at the Peak School. The original goal with getting into our neighborhood was, as CB said, I wanted to get in, earn some equity, hop out so that somebody else could jump into that spot. Also, like CB and most everyone else, I have spent an inordinate amount of money on my boiler, which also flooded my house multiple times. So now I also have new flooring. The short version of that is, with everything that I've spent, now with the new AMI category, where I am right now doesn't look like I'm ever going to be able to get out of my Peak One house and free that up for someone else, because the more my boiler breaks, the more into the negatives I keep going, and our neighborhood is starting to show its age. But it's really hard for me to justify painting my house when like equity is upside down in my house. My house is one of the more visible houses in the neighborhood because I sit on the corner on Second Avenue going to the Rainbow Lakes and Peaks One trailhead. I do believe personally that it is important for me to maintain my house. It is kind of a cornerstone house, like so many people drive by, and I want to be able to maintain that for personal pride reasons, but also because I feel like our community is very representative of Frisco. Like the style of the houses is very Frisco-esque, historic. All of the people that live there were business owners, were teachers, work for the county. There's public works. I mean, it's a neighborhood of people. I don't want to bore you with all the rest of it, but I do want to say that this is very, very important. I am here to support my neighbors in the community. I believe what our board has come up with, and everyone after extensive talks has come up with, is what in the best interest of the community in order to keep that ball rolling so that more people can come in and more people can come out of the community. I stand by the 3% or the AMI, whichever is greater. And I thank you all for your time and hope that we don't bore you to death with all of our comments. Thank you very much.
For your letter.
Bo Duffy, 6 South Cabin Green, Frisco. First off, thank you guys for opening up this topic, hearing us and having us here. It is greatly appreciated. I've been a Frisco resident for 11 years. I've moved into Peak One, Phase 5 under new construction. So I've been the only owner of my place. I'd like to echo CB's comments about movement. I myself, prior to COVID, started exploring potentially moving out. I have a 2-bedroom house, and knowing that, housing is a primary need in our county, trying to be a responsible citizen, I started exploring a 1-bedroom option to the point where that research stopped pretty darn quick. From that, after COVID, I started exploring once interest rates started kind of mitigating a little bit with the increase, started looking at home improvements. From a long-term finance standpoint, it really did not make sense to invest into my home. To the point of Karen prior, it essentially started putting me into a negative point of equity. And I'm sure I will echo pretty much everyone in this room. I had to drop a primary amount of my savings that was geared towards home improvements over the first 5 years of my home, towards my boiler.
So that wiped out primary amount of my savings very, very quickly. Shout out to Woronski. They provided great service. Thank you very much for providing heat for me in very cold winter times. But you know, I think what we're all seeing is that we're trying to be responsible citizens of our community. We're trying to allow movement. And what we're seeing right now, again, to CB's point, is we're stuck. You know, if you look at national averages, I'm a first-time owner. I should have moved out of my place 4.5 years ago. But however, due to lack of equity, and I'm not looking to make cash cow, right? I mean, I bought my house as an emotional investment. I did not buy it as a financial investment. But, you know, again, to reflect other comments, right now I'm in it for the long haul. You know, I'm 43 and right now I don't plan on moving out of that house in the next decade. And why is because, you know, I've heard it earlier, I got to paint my house soon. You know, and right now looking at the cost out of pocket of painting my house, it kind of puts me in square one again. And so now all of a sudden we're looking at, okay, maybe there's another 5 years that maybe I can recoup that equity. So all of a sudden the reality of it is I bought my house early 30s as a deed restricted emotional investment to eventually grow out of or move into a market home. And right now my financial life plan is staying there to mid 50s. I'm a single male. I have a very successful, prominent job at Copper Mountain as a resort. I have minimal overhead. Everything from a financial planner standpoint says that I should be planning on moving out of there in the next 6 months. So again, I thank you for hearing this topic. I thank you for bringing up the discussion. I hope it'll allow us to re-tap into the goal that is deed restricted, allow movement and first-time home owners. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Spencer Wilson. I am here representing the Pequon Neighborhood HOA Board. You guys, I believe, received a letter from us or email letting you know just kind of our thoughts and stating that, yes, the HOA Board does approve of trying to make these changes to try and have a coalition and understand that, yes, the neighborhood is speaking with a voice. And we were speaking that, yes, together, we would like you guys to take a look at this. Did I say my name? I'm so sorry. Okay, I did. Great. I'm over at 11 Garden Alley, also Pequon, and wanted to also say thank you guys for spending your nights here because I know how long this goes sometimes. In order to make that shorter, I will say I echo a lot of these comments. The one kind of visualization I can give to you guys, when we're talking about boilers, when we're talking about water heaters, when we're talking about painting, it's hot potato. We are waiting for each homeowner. Is it going to be me who's hit with $20,000 worth of something that erodes anything we could have gained? Maybe, maybe not. But that's the thing is none of us are moving. And so we're just sitting there with a hot potato in our hands, waiting for it to burn our hands. This is something that I think makes sense when we're talking about changes. I also understand how incredibly lucky we all are as deed restricted homeowners. That is something that people would give so much for. So we are in no way saying we're ungrateful for already how much the town has done for us. We're just asking it also to make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Good.
Hi, everyone. I'll try to keep this short as well. First of all, I really want to thank the town council for deeply considering this issue. I know that this is not fun and that you all have already done a lot to support housing in the neighborhood or in the community, and that revisiting these conversations every couple years sort of has a emotional drain. So just want to appreciate your time and energy. I also listened in on the work session earlier today. I know that this stuff is dense. I've been studying it for the 12 years that I've owned my Pequon home. And so I know it, but I also know how hard it is for all of you. Oh, I didn't start with my name and address. Robin Palikas. I'm at 152 Meridian Loop, also in the Pequon neighborhood. I also want to give a quick shout out to the staff at the town of Frisco. I think Katie and her team have done a phenomenal job of making a really complex deed restriction understandable for your average homeowner, understandable for town council that's trying to solve these problems. So big shout out and thanks to them. I also want to recognize that I know that all of you are considering how to keep this affordable for future workforce that also needs this housing. So you're balancing what the current homeowners are asking with what potential future homeowners need. And I think that there's some solutions here that work. I know that going into purchasing my home, we would likely make around 3%, perhaps a little bit less, but that the deed restriction was set up so that the change in AMI over time is typically around 3%. And there was the sort of mechanisms in place to make sure that that was kind of what we're aiming for. But I also want to emphasize that the details really matter here. And I think you heard from quite a few neighbors that have a long list of things that are falling apart that really start to affect that. I want to mention just a couple of additional things. One thing that's changed since we originally purchased our house is the realtor fees are no longer, they're sort of changed in how they're calculated. At the time that was covered under the Summit County Housing Authority and was 2%. If we have to go with a market realtor and that's 7%, and that's part of that AMI value, that significantly eats it further into the equity of the house. So I know that's not a tonight issue, but just wanted to flag that that's a future issue. I also wanted to, I know in a future meeting, you're going to be talking about qualified capital improvements and want to really pay attention to this. I recently looked into installing solar panels on my roof and decided it was too risky if I had the opportunity to buy either a market house or a 3-bedroom in my neighborhood, and I had to sell and I couldn't recoup the cost, the $20,000 or $10,000 after the rebates from that solar array, then that would be another loss for me as a homeowner. So just really wanted to emphasize that the QCI conversation is really important and is coming up and is part of this whole mix of solutions. And then I'll just end by saying that I support the option 3 that you're considering, the 3% or greater language. I feel like this does this really balances both the future and the current homeowner needs and keeps the house affordable. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin.
Anyone else?
My name is Jenny Valone and I work at Howard Head. I've lived here for 9 years. I lived in the Pequot neighborhood for about 9 years. We did live in a 2-bedroom duplex and we were able to buy a 3-bedroom single family home about 2 years ago. Currently with the new calculation, our house, it has the max resale value is 40 grand less than what we bought it for. So that kind of hit a little bit. I agree with what everybody said. We are not planning on leaving anytime soon. Mostly because of financially, if we can't get back, I mean, we can sell for what we bought for, as of now, but we will be in the hole a lot for a couple of years until we can get back up to slightly 3%. We have 2 kids that we want to stay in the county for. Ideally, we would love to be in a market value home. I do love Pequot. It's a great place, but like everybody else said, it was a starting place. We would all like to move on and have other people move into our neighborhood. One new thing I'd like to bring up is in where I work with some younger people in their early 30s. They're starting to have families and they would really like to get into deed restricted. And one thing I've noticed, it is not that they can't afford it. That is not a problem. It's that they can't get in. And I think the 30% HUD is a idealistic view of what home should be, but that's not really our community. And so, yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Good evening, I'm Carla Whalen, 17 Garden Alley at the Pequot neighborhood. One of the things that Frisco is always talking about is how they want people to be able to live and work in their community and stay here and grow their businesses and friendships. But when a house in one of our blocks is sold for $1.9 million and we can't even afford to be able to get out of our neighborhood to actually afford something else that's market value. Like, to me, that is a very huge discrepancy of what the town's vision is for the people that are maintaining the town. Meaning like the people that work here, that are establishing their homes, that are establishing their families, that are establishing themselves. Like, it's very difficult to comprehend how it's expected for our neighborhood to have this turnover, because, and it's true, our neighborhood should be having this turnover. We should probably be on our 3rd to 5th owners in our houses right now. And that is totally impossible with the way the market is on the other side of the neighborhood. So I would really, really consider you guys paying attention and crunching the numbers. And I am here to support the change in that covenant. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek Lindsay, 257 Belford Street, also a Peak One resident. I fully agree with everything everybody said here, and I just wanted to focus your attention on basically 2 things. One, we're absolutely in the same situation where we've been here in the neighborhood in the same house for 9 years. That was not our intention. We have small children. Our intention was fully to stay in the town of Frisco for the rest of our lives. But that was our starting point. That was our jumping point. And it's just not happening. And so, again, thank you for your time. And we appreciate you guys very much. But I just hope that you really consider the fact that it's really difficult to move on from the deed restriction. Eric, thank you.
I'm Bonnie Lehman. I live at 266 Belford, also in Peak One. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to hear us all. I do not envy this. This seems like an incredibly hard discussion and decision you will have to make. I have lived in Summit County my entire life. One of the few who stuck around. I am so grateful for deed restriction covenants. My husband and I bought a deed restricted condo in Summit Cove, sort of as our first stepping stone. We were able to sell that and move into the Peak One neighborhood as our second stepping stone, where we will probably stay for a very, very long time. For the same things that a lot of people have said, we've bought a new boiler, we need to paint the house, and financially it won't make sense for us to move on to the next stepping stone. It seems very out of reach for us and many of our neighbors. I have many peers who would love to also be homeowners in Summit County so they don't have to leave. Without being able to get into deed restricted homes, they cannot buy homes here. So we're watching our friends and our peers leave Summit County because they can't afford new homes. If we could afford to go to the next stepping stone, our peers can move into our home. And I believe that that was sort of the idea behind these deed restricted neighborhoods. Thanks again for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bonnie.
Hi, everybody.
I don't like microphones, even though I'm usually in a public eye, but I just want to kind of say ditto on what everybody else is saying. I told you I don't like microphones. Lisa May, 420 Belford Street. I've lived in the community since 1997. I bought into the Peak One neighborhood in 2011. I absolutely love our neighborhood, and I'm absolutely an advocate and support the change of this amendment. I feel like I was part of this whole conversation in 2019, and a lot of the conversation was about capital improvements and potential garages and solar panels. And now I feel like we've set back to where we're not maintaining our homes, and it's really going to affect the appearance of our neighborhood. And we're kind of back to basics of painting our homes and that type of thing. So the fact that a lot of people are in the red, our neighborhood's really going to deteriorate over time. So, and then again, we just need to build a sustainable community for ourselves. I love our neighborhood. I don't see myself leaving anytime soon, and I love my neighbors. So I just think that we need to, I appreciate your time looking at this once again, and I'd love to see some consistency in the community, Summit County as a whole. So thank you.
I feel like my household has already spoken, but I'm Colleen Bechtel. I live at 265 Belford, and I just want to tell a couple of stories. I was here before. Thank you for hearing me. The first story is I work from home a lot and sit on my little patio looking out, and I hear so many people, all of our wonderful kids. I love hearing our kids go up and down, and the safety of our neighborhood is really critical. And I think it's a beautiful place to raise not only my kids, of which have moved out, but also all of our kids, which I look to my community as part of that. As I said before, I support us taking consideration of this. So thank you, staff. Thank you. I give huge props to everybody who's looked at this. Thank you for considering it and bringing it forward. The other story is I see and hear so much as I walk around town and I go on the trails with my younger kids and visitors and myself and my dog when I can. People go through our neighborhood and they're like, this is such a great neighborhood. It's so cute. You hear it. Everybody, you hear it when you're riding your bikes. They're coming by. They love our neighborhood. It is the epitome of Frisco. And that's why I'm here, is to support my neighbors. I definitely repeat and support everything everybody said in option 3 of keeping the 3% and going back to that at the table. Thank you for considering these options. And know that as I sit on my little deck working and hearing all of our kids running through the neighborhood and seeing the people that get to visit here and see, that's why they come back. That's why people want to live here. So thanks for considering ways that we can continue to do so. And even if we have to stay in our home forever, we would love to do it. It's a great place to live, and it's a great place to bring our grandkids to, and as our next generations continue. But I hope that those kids and those young people that are growing up and want to live here and continue to work, that they can do the same things and find the dreams that I've been able to achieve with CB. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kate Hudnut. Bear with me while I put my glasses on and off so I can see you, and then I can see when I'm a certain age where I need the glasses. So, Kate Hudnut, 42 Meridian Alley. Again, thank you for opening up this conversation. We appreciate you listening. We appreciate also that there are many, many meetings where there is not an audience. So been there and done that. Don't need to say any further. My husband and I have lived in Summit County since 1994, which apparently is 30 years ago. We have had a business in Frisco for 20 of those years. We lived in Breckenridge. I give you a little background just to give you a sense of the financial path. For 10 years in a deed restricted property on the south side of Breck, but it didn't have a cap on how much we could make. So we're fortunate. It was our starter home. And we were able to sell it for a good profit, which allowed us the opportunity, unfortunately, not to buy a market value home, but a deed restricted home in Frisco. At that time, or we still have a child, we had a young child at that time and wanted to live in a neighborhood with kids and not second homeowners. And, we all know those neighborhoods. We've all lived in those neighborhoods, and that was not what we wanted. So we kept a close eye on the development here. We kept a close eye on the newspaper and maybe attended a few town council meetings and watching the development and got in on phase 2. So we moved in 2012. So as one of my neighbors mentioned, the idea of the stepping stone really did work for us. We were very fortunate to be able to get into the neighborhood. We have the Frisco unit, which apparently is the 160 AMI unit, and have lived there again since 2012. Have loved our home. We have done some home improvements, knock on wood. I hate to say it out loud. The boiler has not been one of them. We've had some repairs. We've done some paintings. We've looked at the idea of solar. We have dreamed about the idea of an ADU, having seen some of our friends with the exact same unit in Breckenridge. The exact same unit. And they are able to capitalize on, I don't know, 1,000, 1,500. I don't know what they're getting for those ADUs right now. And they're able to have that little nest egg. I'm not bitter. It's okay. Anyhow, so, just keeping an eye on what those opportunities were along the way. We did invest. We got hardwood floors throughout our house. It turned out our kid has asthma and allergies. Anyhow, all these things that you don't necessarily plan on. Long story short is we've loved our home. Our child just went off to college, and I kid you not, the day after she left, I get a phone call from a realtor. I must put too much on social media. They knew my kid was leaving. They must think you're ready to sell your house. I said, is that okay? Am I over?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Everybody, my name's Tom Oberheid. I live at 250 Belford. I haven't been here my whole life, but my family moved up here when I was 6 months old. And we moved into the Holiday Inn because we were looking for housing in 1974. But I will be brief. I just want to say I agree everything my neighbors have been saying. I've been nodding my head. Yes. I just want to reiterate here then that option one to do nothing is not working for the neighborhood. It gives us a ceiling, but no floor. And it's ratcheting down on our finances. And secondly, I really appreciate you guys taking the time and taking this seriously. You've got meetings lined up and managing schedules for the next 6 months. So appreciate that. And I think also I'd like to give a vote for a raise for Katie. She's been awesome.
Thanks, Tom.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lauren Hitchell. I'm at 32 Meridian Alley now. My husband and I actually started at 246 Belford when the neighborhood was first built. We were in phase 3. I hate public speaking and my heart is pounding and I feel like I'm shaking. So we started at a 2-bedroom duplex. Same thing, we wanted to move up in the neighborhood. We actually were able to, but now we went from a 2.75 interest rate. We are now at 7.75. We are never leaving. So we were able to step up into the neighborhood, but now at this rate, we are not going to be able to leave. So even though we are kind of the product of what the neighborhood was supposed to be, we're still stuck in the neighborhood. So the 3% or greater will potentially benefit us, but as of right now, we're kind of stuck. So I don't know if that makes sense. Okay.
Thank you, Lauren.
My first mortgage was 11%. My first mortgage was 11%. Yeah.
Everyone, I'm Melissa Sherburne. I live at 262 Belford Street. And I want to thank all of you for taking this topic seriously. But most of all, I want to thank the neighbors that have shown up tonight. It takes a huge amount of courage and effort, especially on the night before back to school. So thank you all for being here. I'll keep it short. You guys know how I feel. I support what the HOA board has submitted and what is presented here tonight in option 3, and all of my neighbors also support. And that is the 3% or the greater than language. In my experience, I've really thought about this, and I don't think there is any council decision that I have witnessed that has more direct financial impact on Frisco families. So think about that. This is really important, and that's why we're all here. More than anything else, the option that we've presented to you and stand behind, it raises all ships, and it still preserves affordability for the future. I ask that you strongly consider it and listen to our feedback. Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Katrin Laird Anderson, and I live at 38 Meridian Alley. My husband and I bought into our home in December of 2011. We were the first house of the second phase of Peak 1. We are ecstatic about being there. We have a daughter that we She was born in Frisco and we've been able to raise there, and it is an incredible, incredible community. I thank you for your leadership and consideration of this requested change to the deed restricted housing language for my family and particularly for my terrific neighbors. While nobody ever wants to see anyone leave, we certainly have had some fluctuations due to different circumstances of people leaving, some leaving underwater for sure, which I don't think any of the predecessors that donated the land to the developer ever intended for that to happen. We would be most grateful if you would support the change to 3% or greater. And then to finish Kate's story, a realtor called her knowing that her daughter had just left. She and her husband today could sell their 1,700 square foot home for $591,000. And the only thing in Frisco on the MLS listing, because they want to stay in Frisco, is a 661 square foot base camp unit for $530,000. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Katrin.
In the room, and then we'll move to online and.
What's up?
Welcome back.
Although I don't envy you right now.
Who are you?
Oh, I am Jessie Burley, 244 Belford Street. And I did serve on the town council from 2016 to just this past April. So I was part of the council that did consider and negotiate the 2019 restrictive covenant, which at the time, as somebody else had mentioned, focused a lot on capital improvements and really looking at that balance between earning equity for the seller and then also maintaining that affordability for the buyers. But we're all here today because of the unintended consequences of that. And I'll be the first to admit, we didn't see it coming. We didn't have the data. We didn't have the understanding of housing programs that we have today. And so I stand here acknowledging our mistake. Sorry, guys. But in all seriousness, recognizing that, it is our opportunity, your opportunity now as policymakers to look at the information, to take community input, and then to improve upon the policies that we have in place. For me specifically, it was the Summit County Housing Authority adjustment made in May that really spurred my interest and my support of this particular proposal. And mostly because it disproportionately impacted Frisco. We are the only ones, as mentioned before, that have this tie to the max, the tie to the max sale price. And because of that, we are disproportionately impacted when we compare ourselves against other affordable housing programs across the county. And so I think that we have an opportunity to make it right. I also know that you guys are doing a housing strategic plan. That's a very, very important process. And I think what will come out of that, because you guys have a lot of effort underway right now for low income housing, that the focus will be on middle and I don't really know what the terms are these days, but a more diverse spectrum of AMIs to allow for those stepping stones and the inventory that we currently don't have in Frisco. So thank you very much for your consideration and your time, and look forward to the continued discussion. Thank you.
Jesse.
Okay. Seeing nobody rising at the moment. Stacy, do you want to run the online, Stacy?
Yeah, sure. So if you are online currently, if you could raise your hand on Zoom, if you know how to do that. If you are interested in making public comment, I can unmute you, and we'll give it a couple seconds here just in case people are looking around trying to find that raise your hand button. It should be toward the bottom middle of your screen. Okay, Jack Wilkinson, hang on one sec. Go ahead, Jack.
Hi, yes, this is Jack Wilkinson. I live at 33 North Cabin Green Alley, also in the Peak One neighborhood. I just want to quickly say thank you for making this an agenda item tonight, and thank you to all of my neighbors for showing up. I really want to just reiterate and echo everything that they've said. I did want to actually make this comment specifically in regards to the change that was made by the SHA board in May to the affordability index. I feel like I just kind of want to give my input and kind of maybe correct how that change was represented. That affordability index and the interest rate was changed on an annual basis. It was just based on an index. So the only numbers that changed annually on that page were the HUD AMI numbers that are released once a year by HUD. And then that interest rate was updated every single year to match the 10-year trailing interest rate. You can see those if you go on the website, if they haven't been taken down, and kind of verify that what I'm saying is correct. Those numbers are always highlighted in red and footnoted to inform everyone that they do change annually. So those numbers, there was never an oversight on behalf of staff. It was actually something that was discussed regularly. I would say semi-annually, we would have a discussion about how we could maybe change some of the numbers, and the SHA board routinely decided intentionally not to change those numbers. So I just think there's maybe, I don't know, some collective amnesia at the SCHA about what had been done in the past and why it had been done that way. So I think that's why when this happened in May, it was sort of a kind of a shock. So I just wanted to kind of correct that and make that, that's kind of a broader comment and is a little different to, to the point that my neighbors are making about the resale formula. But I do want to encourage town council to consider its oversight of the SHA, its participation in the board and the SHA staff to ensure that it continues to get good, correct technical information, because I do think the details matter on these things. So anyway, thank you all. That's all.
All right, if there's anyone else on Zoom, just raise your hand in Zoom. And we'll give it a second if you're interested in giving public comment. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I don't see anyone else.
With that, we will close public comment. Thank you all again for being here and for speaking and for being very kind to us. Thank you. Council discussion. Any thoughts at this point? Knowing we're having lots more thoughts.
Yeah. Looking forward to the continued discussion. I think there's a lot of critical testimony here tonight about the strange conveyance of circumstances that have happened across our society, all the way down to our town here, and how it's affected. I know many of the people here, and I'm just glad you all came out so we could hear all of you, including the people I didn't know and didn't know exactly from what angle you were looking at it from. So again, thank you all for being here, and looking forward for the continued conversation.
I'd like to say the same thing too, and I know a bunch of you guys, and I've been here for a long time, since '86. Bought my house in '89, my first house, and I hate to see anybody underwater. And hearing, I have friends at the furnaces, I hear nothing but furnaces problems, so really recognize that and hear it. So capital improvements, I help somebody paint their house there, so if anybody needs a help paint or something, I can come over for a couple days. We can paint the sides. We can do it side by side.
I'm gonna stay there.
But we hear you, and hopefully we'll make the right decision.
Thanks. And I'd like to say, especially, thank you to all of you showing up, because that is what makes the difference. You've got your homeowners association involved. You guys are here in force. That makes, to me, that makes all the difference. Personally, and we are not obligated to say this, but I will say that I am in full support of doing option number 3. It seems like an easy decision to me. We just saw earlier that the difference between doing the greater or not, and here's where I think the big discrepancy is. People think when we say greater, well, now you're getting a lot of money for your place. You're talking $6,000 to $14,000, period, on top of at least what we were looking at, 100% AMI with 2-bedroom places that we saw earlier. That's all we're talking about, right? So unfortunately, you still might be underwater. This might not change your financial situation at all. And I truly believe that anywhere from 6 to 14 to whatever, $50,000 is not going to stop anybody from buying that house. It's still affordable. It will remain affordable for perpetuity because of this cap and whatnot. So, the greater absolutely makes sense to me. We have a lot of other things to talk about that will actually that coincide with this decision. And so that's why really tonight we're not, we can't make that call because we might come up with all the other 9 things that, this might counteract or, add to this conversation. So, it has been a long time coming and we have heard you and, we're working on it and thanks. We want to do the right thing by our locals. That's why I'm here. So thanks for your efforts and keep coming to the next, these next meetings, we need to keep hearing from all of you guys on, those topics. Thank you.
Well said. I'm looking forward to the next 9 topics because they interact with this question. It's not as simple as option 1, 2, or 3 in a vacuum relative to the repairs and stuff like that. I'm fighting a boiler issue, so I have serious sympathy. And I just want to clarify, the next 2 meetings are currently scheduled as work sessions, which are observation opportunities, not participation opportunities. Our work sessions you can watch them live, you can watch them on tape. One more plug for our work session earlier this evening, because it helps to understand kind of the complexity of this, what has been presented tonight as a simple issue, and then all of a sudden it gets complicated. So I'm looking forward to seeing where it all lands. I get it. We are hearing from people who disagree with the sense of the room and are, hard on the affordability side of the conversation. So we hear you and we hear them as well. And we don't hear from the people who are trying to get into the houses at the lowest possible price, but we have to keep an eye on them too. At least I do. That's a factor that I consider. So, any other questions, comments on this topic? We have nothing to vote on.
Can I just make a comment? So anybody that's submitted written comments, we're collecting those. They're going to be part of the record of this meeting and further meetings. So if you want to make written comments, you can send them to the council. You can send them to the clerk. You can send them to me. They will be collected and be part of the record for this.
That makes a difference.
Email addresses are really easy to remember. If you want to email all of town council at one time simultaneously, you can email council@townoffrisco.com. I also, as town clerk, you can do townclerk@townoffrisco.com. Those are kind of easy ones to remember if that helps you.
And one last thing is there are 3 council members who are recused from this. So we don't speak to them on this topic. They're your neighbors. You can do as you wish. They're wonderful people. But we are sort of precluded from talking to them. So please be nice to them in your neighborhood because they're by law not part of the conversation. With that, we have no further business. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
I second.
We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thanks.